We are live, they say. I don't know who.
Cool.
As they say.
Welcome, everyone. I know Vinny likes to, and it is his channel, but he likes to have a little word here, and I'm sure the Kickstarter still needs a little bit of nudging for all of you out in the world. So, Vinny?
I will never not say no to that. Hey, guys, we hit over $1,000 on the Kickstarter, which is awesome. Over 30 backers, too, so that me, personally, just makes me very, very happy. But hey, if you want to check it out, here's a quick pic of it right here. Look at so shiny, so new. And I will toss the vaults into the chat.
Those rights.
I can
make it work.
Yeah, cool. Look, I did it. It's hard to do it when I can't see my entire keyboard. Sometimes I'm good at it, sometimes I'm not, and I can't see my whole keyboard right now. But yeah, if you'd like to check that out, please. Also, come hang out with us in our Discord. We like more people to talk with. I don't remember what we were just talking about. There was a TikTok. We were all comparing ourselves to specific tropes. It was a good time. But yeah, come join our chaos over there too. And now back to Griff.
So, hopefully you've been keeping up with all of our chaos, because things have been weird, but we're at a nice lull point for a change, which is great. But our team has finally checked out the lake, had a crab get overinflated, pick a fight with and then capture a semi-aquatic but probably not naturally so spellcaster, after also dealing with some magic eating, potentially undead but something similar to, and then explored a nice cabin, and then got back to town and drank with some fisher folk after finding out that Quillz has a nice little reading nook attached to the lodge / bait shop that is called the Bookworm. Oh, shoot.
The Bookworm Bait Shop.
It's the Bookworm Bait Shop, yeah.
It's the Bookworm Bait Shop.
And in honor of them appreciating Quillz, like, slumming it with them from their perspective, because they're like, but there's the classy librarians hanging out with us schmucks.
Classy.
And so it's been a nice little emotional roller coaster, but we also have had some questionable things going on with Snipps near the end of the session, where they did get bit by one of the things, but didn't seem to notice any drastic effects from it, and got splashed with some water and almost swallowed some water, and has just had a really overexposure to some of the blight, and is having a
I'm
little
sure
bit
it's
of
fine.
a. It's probably fine. As their arm where the bite was, it's a little cold, which is weird because it's a bite, so it should be warm and throbby, but it's not. So there's a question. And this morning, everyone has started back at the clinic where they have the fishy spellcaster person, fishy in both ways, pinned down and ready for interrogation. And Hilda is on site, but we're gonna get started in a moment. But first, let's remind everyone who you are and what your specific concerns and focuses are at the moment. So let's go with Snipps right off, given that you are sort of the spotlighted one at the moment.
Yeah, hi, I'm Artemis. I play Snipps. He's a blue-scaled kobold and chronology wizard. Also works as a cook at the Marigold Tavern. And also, since Ave died a few episodes ago, is now also the owner of the Marigold Tavern event, apparently. Yeah, don't know. I as the player feel completely fine. Snips is currently feeling a little bit out of it. This just seems a little bit weird that his arm's cold, but I'm sure Chanor will fix it.
And let's move on to Quillz.
Hi, I am Elle. I play Quillz, who is a gnome illusion wizard. She is still riding on a high from whenever they named their lodge the Bookworm Bait Shop, so she's just having a time. She's still she didn't get drunk when celebrating because she passed out because of Snipps, but she's not going to hold a grudge against him.
I mean, you
Because
don't know that.
she doesn't know that that's why she passed out, but when she finds out, it's going to be a hot chocolate incident all over again. And as Elle, for Elle, you can find me on Instagram at Tea and Daisies, and I believe there's 2 S's in Daisies, if I'm not mistaken. I can't spell despite doing English all the time.
Did you get the tag when I tagged you today?
Did you get
Doing
the tag?
English.
In Instagram,
Sure.
did you get the tag when I tagged you today?
I didn't check it.
Okay, I was gonna say if you did, then yes.
By that I mean I've been at work all day, and then I immediately went to the bridal shower, and then I immediately had to help pep squad. I had to help.
You don't have to explain. It's fine. I was just wondering if you got it, because if you got it, that meant you definitely are correctly tagged.
No. Objection. Continue. I want to hear the rest of what you did today in detail.
I could go in detail.
I'm just trying to protect people's identities from oversharing information.
Oh, that's fair.
But why? This is the internet. Everybody's a friend in here.
Yeah.
Forensic psychologist in me says no. And by that I mean I have an education, not that I'm a psychologist. To make that clear, there's a legal distinction in America.
So you know, I do not have a notification that you tagged me in a.
Cool, then I'm tagging the wrong person. Wonderful.
We'll
That means some Tea and Daisies is very confused right now.
Well, let's see. You tagged.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Well, any other thoughts from Quillz in the moment, or
No, not currently at the moment. She's just she's just riding on a high from the fisherman.
And how is Chanor?
Vinny's excited because he got a new pen and it writes all smooth and shit like that.
Ooh.
Chanor has a lot going on, so he's kind of just first he brought the person home and got him all set up, and now Snipps is there with an issue, and now Quillz is about to show up. A lot of people, a lot of things. It was very simple for a moment. He was liking the simple.
And Hilda's there.
And Hilda's there. Hilda. Yeah, doing good.
Well, and for everyone who's not in the know, I am Griffin, and you can find me on Instagram under Griffin_ESS, and I get to be everyone else in the world, including circumstances or consequences.
Circumstances.
I mean, it's still circumstances, but consequences is the important part. So we are going to play out this little clinic scene for a bit. Then we'll go into what your off time for the next week ends up being. And then we'll see what the next steps in exploration are. So Hilda has arrived and has some, you had sent a note. Hilda has shown up and is there to help. Quillz is there to deliver information, and Snipps is there to find out why they have a cold arm. But how would you like to open the scene? Because really, you've got a person under kidnapping / arrest, and
He's here for his own good.
potentially information. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped over a very important part because we haven't had to do this at the beginning of a session for a while. Please, everyone, roll initiative.
Cool. I rolled and I was waiting.
Thank you. I like to do the initiative at the start of each session, but we've ended up in the middle of moments for the past few weeks because usually I end when they would be doing a long rest, but we've just not been able to sync that up. This is the first time in a while that I get to call for an initiative roll at the morning of a new time, and that this will apply to initiative for the whole rest of the session. Does anyone have higher than 20?
I have exactly 20.
I'll accept that.
I have 19.
Quillz. Who has 19?
Me.
Also me.
Snipps. Which one of you has... tell me your dexterity bonuses.
+3.
+2. Goes the
Okay.
Snipps. We all
Snipps
rolled
has
so
the-
well, and all it was for initiative.
No.
I didn't roll that well. I just have a very nice bonus to initiative because of Chronology Wizardy.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, I have +5 to initiative, which is nice.
Oh, how is it you're not always the one going first? That is bonkers. Anyway.
Because, Griff, I also roll like shit.
I
have noticed.
This we have experienced. Oh, the Chronergy and divination powers just trying to help Snipps even out.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, pretty
So,
much.
Oh,
Quillz, you arrive... Oh, yes.
Should I roll
Oh, yes,
my
your
divination?
Yeah.
Gonna roll my divination.
I mean, it's one of those things that, I get... it doesn't bother me if you need to roll it on the spot when you realize you don't have it, but obviously it's better to know what you have to work with going in.
11 and a 17.
Oh, well, one of those is pretty good. The other one's interestingly middling.
Could go either way.
If nothing else, you can at least squash a crit somewhere if needed.
Or boost a bad roll.
Yeah. Cool. So, Quillz, you have been... Bandage has walked into your library and delivered a message requesting a book, and you've decided to deliver it by hand to the clinic. Do we remember what the book was?
No, you wrapped up the session by being like, oh, and you probably need some additional information, so we sent Bandage. It was very hand-wavy.
This was a hand wave. Got it. Okay. So yes, some extra research on the Blight and or related maladies of the same time period, let's say.
So a book and a few newspapers then.
Yeah. And it's all stuff that you had been digging into anyway, if I recall, so I'm sure you had some of it off the top of your head. But you arrive and see that Snipps had probably beat you there based on proximity. So you see a Snipps there kind of nursing a bitten arm, and a Hilda and Chanor kind of not having quite noticed Snipps there yet, as they are still standing over a bound fishy person, trying to figure out what's next.
I've also brought in the guy's notes from his house research facility.
Yeah,
Oh,
we did collect those.
Yeah, because those might not have left my bag. If I'm being
That's
honest.
very possible.
Okay, so she's gonna be like, "Hey, Quillz, she is Quillz." Been a day. Hey, Snipps, what are you doing here?
Partly just wanted to see what the fish guy is doing, and also, I don't know, that arm just feels a little weird, so I thought I'd ask Chanor to have a look over it. How
Weird
about you?
how? Uh, I'm doing pretty good. I mean, slept great. Had drinks with friends last night. You were there.
I
Um,
indeed was there.
yeah, you were. I'm doing good. What your arm feels weird how?
So you know that when you get a cut or something like that, and it begins and starts healing over, that wound where the skin was breached is kind of feeling hot and maybe pulsing a little bit.
Touch, yeah.
Yeah, this is the opposite. Um, the arm feels a little bit like someone is pressing a damp towel or something like that over it. In some cases where the skin was actually breached, is more of like an ice cube. And I just think, especially since all the things we've seen yesterday, I think it's probably for the best to get a second opinion on that because, I mean, I don't feel any different. I mean, sure, it's weird, but I don't have any mobility issues or something like that. So,
Interesting. And this is the bite that the dead
one of the
reincarnated
dead
guy.
guys, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me check in this book that I brought with me to see if any of the previous Blight had any sort of issues like that while Chanor and Hilda are doing something with the guy. Quillz is just gonna flip through and see if there's any mention of hold injuries from the previous Blight.
There was actually no reports of anything in your notes. Like there were a few instances of confrontation with someone in a humanoid form that was blight infected, but you never. It doesn't sound like the creatures you guys had dealt with that were potentially resurrected by the application of blight and magic. So this seems to be an outsourced thing. Nobody was like absent-minded enough to just be kind of ferally biting at stuff. There wasn't any real mention of magic eaters. You're coming up on a lot of like dead ends. The only sense of blight wounds that you've come across have been the ones like the one that Chanor had already seen, where it was kind of like a growth had started to occur. And that style of infection, which this doesn't seem to match up because the reports of that definitely have a sense of like shooting pains and definitely feeling like they're warm and kind of like antagonized in a way. Aggravated, not antagonized.
Okay. Well, that's odd. This is nothing in my notes says anything about hold injuries. But yeah, let's get at least one of their attentions so we can figure something out about your arm.
Chanor, you notice them standing there trying to get your attention.
I'm busy. No,
We know, that's why we came.
Has anything happened with me and Hilda yet so far, or is this like in the beginning, like as we're starting to do things that these two arrive?
It's pretty early on. At most, she's sort of like been very fascinated at getting a look at this guy and like done some magical checks to see what type of magic is going on, but has had a little bit of trouble concluding the style of magic in play.
I will leave Hilda alone for like a couple minutes. I trust her, and she seems to be pretty good at this sort of thing. Since I see my friends staring at me, I'll walk them. Yeah, did you just got wanted to watch? It's not that interesting yet. I can just message you if it gets more interesting.
I mean, as fascinating as looking at a dazed up fish person might be,
It's pretty fascinating, actually.
Yeah.
I wasn't kidding. I'm just sarcastic. So remember when one of the dead guys sort of snapped at me?
Let's just hand wave that you gave the same explanation over again. We don't need to do it twice.
Yes, I
Yeah,
do.
so,
Can you tell me a little more detail about what happened? No.
Yeah, I might have the blight rabies.
Blight rabies.
Blight
That's
rabies.
that's what we're calling it. I'm writing it down.
Blight
Blight
rabies.
Okay, canon.
rabies.
I mean, transferred via bite and is generally weird.
Blight rabies.
Hmm?
Okay.
Rabies.
Could be it.
Can
Rabies?
I'm sure
You first get weird, then you have all frothy things around your mouth and start biting people yourself.
No, I know what rabies is. I was combining blight and rabies into one word.
rabies.
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 Rabies?
It's just rabies, guys. It's literally just
Rabies
rabies.
sounds like a dish.
All right. I can. Have you tried any mundane medicinal things yet to this, or do I need to, or should I first step that?
I mean, I've looked at it and I don't really have any
Just looked at it.
emotional problems or something like that. I have not tried putting any salves or something like that on it because we don't really have that sort of thing stocked at the tavern. We just have some, I don't know, for if some people at the bar get into a fight or something like that.
Oh, that's
Something
fair.
for cuts and bruises. But also, you're kind of the expert on how to make hurts go away. So
That
I figured I'd
is
just ask
terrifying
you.
that I'm the expert. Okay.
I mean,
Chanor has a
you're
moment.
more well known than
Chanor
either
just
of
has
us
a
are two.
moment for himself where he's like, "Fuck, I'm the expert." Do you mind if before I start doing things to it, I put a sample in a vial just in case there's a need for it at some point? I don't know. Things worry me around here.
As long as you don't cut up, I don't know, a cubic inch of my flesh,
No,
work
that's
yourself out.
so much extra. We go by centimeters. And I'm gonna go get a container.
Biopsy.
Like civilized people, I see.
Yeah. I'm gonna just scrape a little bit of a sampling off to look at some point, not right now because we got other things going on. And then I'll use some mundane healing if I can, just what I would know around the clinic to take care of things similar to rabies. I guess we'll start with rabies solutions, which is
Make me a sarcasm roll. I don't know what you want to play for that, but something social based charisma, I guess.
Do I get to add my sass modifier to that?
Vinny.
I rolled a nice
Oh,
even 10.
All right, I'm not gonna force you information, but I did in my head picture you going, yeah, let me just get some honey and a cloth, things that could be easily found in a restaurant, and we'll make a poultice for your wound.
Yeah, I'm sure I have better stuff than that. I have an actual poultice that is nothing against honey, something with a little more oomph, you know.
Great.
High fructose
Honey
corn
is great
syrup.
for wounds. But yes, so roll me a medicine check, and we'll see, one, what you can identify, and two, how well you kind of patch it up for them.
Can I help with that by sort of pointing out what I'm feeling and what my discoveries about that are from a patient side?
Roll me a medicine check, and if you can get higher than a 10 total, then Vinny can have advantage.
Okay.
We'll work this
That's
off
a
of
12
how
on
well
the
you can
die,
self.
so
Nice.
15.
Yeah.
While they're doing
you did
that, while they're doing that, Quillz is gonna take her books and stuff over to Hilda and be like, "Hey, what you want?" So
Nice.
Advantage was a great idea. That got me a 23 total.
Cool.
Yay for proficiencies.
Oh, you do a great job at patching up the wound and sort of applying what seems like a rabies-based approach. You are noticing that to the touch, it's not cold to you. You are not picking up the temperature shift that he is sensing.
Gotcha.
And otherwise, you're not picking up any I'm assuming you're doing a basic once-over checkup. You're not picking up any warp off the head. There doesn't seem to be any irritation around the skin where the bite was. He doesn't seem to have any response issues or he's not reporting anything that should go along with an issue with a bite or rabies, where there's certain stomach sensation pains or like odd cravings that don't seem to make sense or being overly thirsty. Like none of that is really applying in this moment. So you are hitting a bit of a blank wall, but the wound itself is taken very well care of, and you are able to basically determine that whatever is wrong is either psychosomatic or completely unrelated to medicinal biology or biological medicine.
Gotcha. I will, in simpler terms, translate through the thing, explain it, and say that out to Snipps, and just be like, it might be a little bit in your head just from everything we went through, but also, I mean, it doesn't feel weird to me. If it's feeling weird to you, keep an eye on that and let me know if it ever gets worse. But it feels just like you got shot with an arrow or something simple and mundane right now from my perspective.
Depends on where you get shot with the arrow.
Yeah, if it goes into a knee, apparently it can just ruin your whole adventuring career.
Boo.
Yeah, you're also forced to hire off as a city guard.
And you're required by law to disclose your injury at every possible instance.
Yes.
This is also, by the way, the only way you can ever get into a city guard position.
Lots of
they
Skyrim
don't take
humor for
anyone
this. If you
without knee
don't play-
injuries.
If you don't play Skyrim, this is all very funny, I promise.
I don't play Skyrim.
Anyway. So back to the top with Quillz. Now that you have been treated and you and Chanor are kind of like compared notes on that, what, if anything, would you like to do next? I said Quillz, right? Am I crazy?
Yep.
No, you said.
But I described Snipps, but I said Quillz. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quillz, you are top of the chain. So yes, you're
Okay.
over with Hilda.
Yeah.
You're comparing notes now.
We're comparing notes. Just being like, all right, hey, what in general, like, what's been like? I mean, I give her the Spark Notes version of what happened.
She is like, roll me an insight check, actually.
Okay.
See how well she's controlling herself compared to your perception.
Give me time to do math. I'm sorry.
You can always just bounce the die roll and the modifier, and I can do it.
17.
Cool. So you do definitely sense that she is like suppressing excitement. Like she's trying to be cool here, but she is like giddy at a level that it is like her eyes are sparkling. She's just like, oh, yeah, no, that's gonna be very useful. No, I haven't really learned a lot of obvious stuff yet, but there's a lot of interesting things about this guy. For one, and she like takes something out of a bag that she's like kept away and like holds it up. She's like, see this? This is magic liquid. I have 2 of these. Now watch this. She pours a little bit on the out on the table, and it like stands up essentially, making a small shape. And she's like, now, and takes the other bottle and like puts it near the person and then dumps it out, and it just splashes down. She's like, that's not supposed to do that. That's supposed to do the same thing as that thing. That's weird. And I don't know if you guys had done any, or Chanor, I guess, have done any. And she like pushes on his torso, and where like the stomach would be, and you would normally just kind of like feel muscle or like squishy, you hear a like as if like rocks are being like pressed against each other. Like he has swallowed a bunch of tiny stones, and I don't know why.
Well, if I remember correctly, last night he hadn't eaten anything in weeks, so maybe the rocks were what he was thinking was food.
Possible, or if he was getting like blight infected from all the water down there, maybe the rocks have also like certain types of rocks are also absorbing some of this, and he like was drawn to it and started swallowing those so he could carry around more of this stuff. And like, I don't know yet. It's baffling.
Maybe he just wanted to get heavier.
So he could sink in the water?
Yeah, exactly. Because the most concentrated blight stuff is on the bottom of a lake. So if I swallow rocks, that would make me heavier and less buoyant. So I could get down easier.
So So should we
I
just
mean,
give him a laxative?
Breathing in the water
think that
doesn't seem to
makes
be a problem
sense.
for that guy thing.
No, but that's a magical
dude.
modification. Like this is some kind of weird version of. Have you guys ever read? There's a spell that lets you change into animals or other creatures. It's like a weird thing. Not polyamorous,
Re-
but it's something similar. But
Polymorph.
yeah, might be that. So yeah, if you know that spell, it looks like he augmented it to like just take on certain traits of fish, so he could function underwater easier. But like, it is not permanent, and it is like you can kind of see the seams of like where the magical skin has grown out from the shape. It's very detailed.
Could
Like
the
this
rocks
is
have been like
precise.
a filtration system?
That's also possibly a thing.
Does it look like it was an addition added on, like taking from somewhere and put on, or grown out using magic?
No, it looks like whatever the spell he used, like grew the thing as if he was being polymorphed. But it like targeted certain areas for certain effects as opposed to. So yeah, not like cut and paste. Just like rewrote this section only, and then like probably the lungs and probably like the webs in the hands and like other key features, but like at most of his normal body. Like there's still some hair on the back of his head, like under where that little like other like fin thing, which I'm guessing is to help direct himself. For anyone who hasn't watched The Rocketeer.
Wow, polygamy really changes your body type, huh?
Right? Oh, polymorph. Yeah, but that I've heard too.
Look, we made the joke a couple times. I just wanted to make sure it was like solid out there for a good soundbite. You know, I just
no, totally.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I've dabbled with the polymorph spell. From what I've read, it can't do anything this permanent. But I mean, with the weird stones and the other weird things in that pool, honestly, who knows what kind of permanence or like slow changes over time could happen. So is he shifting back at any rate, or does it seem permanent?
So in theory, this should have a limited timeline, and in any case, like at some point, it's gonna suck up or burn off what magic he has in and on him. But it's not like degrading, as far as I can tell.
Do we know if the stones are doing anything to like draining or hurting?
Well, I suspect that they were kind of like a way to slow down the magical burning. Like instead of it being just in the bloodstream or in a liquid in the stomach, like it's going to take longer to pull it out of the other thing, is what I thought. But I like the other concepts. I had not thought about just needing to change buoyancy or just compulsion.
So should we just give him a laxative?
I was gonna say, Quillz, you suggested a laxative. Is that a thing you have? Just like,
I mean, coffee's a natural laxative.
I can make some ipecac here probably if we really want to get it up one way or the other.
Hilda gives you a look and is just like, you've read enough. It's a diuretic. That is not the same thing.
Not the same thing, but anything that'll just...
I mean, passing rocks in general is always going to be tough. Like, the body tends to hold on to things that aren't broken down into other... Like, the passages are tiny, and the rocks, I think, might be bigger. I can't be certain, obviously, until
Do we have a way to, like, without harming him, make the rocks smaller?
I know Thunderous Smite if we can get real exact with the hits.
No, I'm picturing the real world application for how to deal with kidney stones is you like take a water balloon and put it up against the kidney and basically pound on it for a while to like cause shockwaves to disrupt the stones. And I'm picturing something similar, but like this is all guesswork.
This is all guesswork, so...
I mean, how good of a doctor am I? Can I open this person up safely, get these stones out, and put this person back together? Like,
you have likely in all of your recent studies done enough research that is within your potential skill set, but you have probably not practiced it yet.
Cool. I would like to try to make this person either vomit or break up those stones, please. First option.
Vomiting might be a more functional route, actually.
Okay.
Or no, because anything that the person ingests that is going to break down stone is probably not the best thing to be ingesting anyway. Yeah.
Oh, wait. I potentially have an idea. I don't know if this is a good
Differential
idea.
diagnosis. Go ahead.
Snipps, can you make a little fire in your hand?
Yes?
Leto?
Everyone
Oh,
roll me a
no.
constitution check, please.
Oh, me too?
No, not you two.
Nice.
Or constitution save, not a constitution check, I'm sorry.
Wait, does Hilda have spell levels?
No, but she's carrying magic, so this is a question of whether it sucks from one of them, or a random object, or the patient.
Oh,
I got
that makes
8.
sense.
I got an 18.
Okay.
I got an 11.
Not me
11's
this
low.
time.
But it is not so low that it does not. It still outranks the other options on the available. Need to do a quick. Yeah. So you summon fire. You call for Leto. Everyone roll me a perception check. Now you can roll a perception check. Elda's just kind of like watching the flame and like not sure what's going on, so she is not paying attention at all to the patient.
18. Snipps is also quite confused. It's just, I mean, yeah, I can do that, but now what?
I had an 8.
An 8.
For once, I'm bad at perception.
God, what was it? 14.
None of you catch it. It's fine.
Oh no.
Oh. And Lita and I were bonding so nicely yesterday.
Leto comes out from under the bed, essentially, or the cot that the patient's on, and just like, hi. Little shiny eyes. And Hilda's just like, fuck!
This is Leto. He
Don't worry, he does that.
He's a friend. He's cool.
he watches our exploits. I don't know how to describe it better than that.
That is not.
No, it's not, but Josefa said he's fine, so...
Dog, he's good.
And Leto's just like, Duende. Oh! Didn't think these were real. I didn't think you're kind of real. I'm sorry. So this is a little offsetting. And she like steps over to her bag and like takes out a flask and takes a couple sips, and then it's just like, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm just gonna sit down here for a second. And Leto's just like, eh.
Hey, Leto, I have a question. I don't know the limits of your capabilities, so as far as I know, if some place is dark, you can step into it.
We travel by shadows.
Weird question. Without...
I just figured out where you're going with this.
I am at the same time horrified and...
How dare you try to do this to Leto?
Without potentially hurting yourself or this individual, could you put a part of yourself into his stomach and take out something that's hurting him?
Leto kind of like puzzles, thinks about it, looks up, and then just kind of goes, oh, and then just like steps over to the cot again and like passes a hand through the solid object of the leg.
The leg?
Like, the leg of the cot.
Oh,
like,
okay.
just passes right through it as non-corporeal entirely.
Okay.
It does lead the question of like what happens when you guys flick those coins, but like he's just sort of like, it's not. I have to be able to fit in the space. It has to be dark enough with a light to step out into, and there's a couple of different rules.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't think it's in a thing I could do unless you can find a way to light his stomach up. But I still don't know if I'd be able to take anything out.
That's I'd rather not chance all that, but thank you for at least coming and answering some of that. I was just kind of curious, and at least we understand some limitations now.
Okay.
Can I put this out now. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with high octane spirits around me and fire in my hand.
Leto might need the shadow to get out, but here's a couple, and I give him a couple pieces of what equates to silver, I guess.
He catches the first one, and the second one's on the floor, and like he just kind of like mouths it off the floor, and then like, thank you, and then falls back into the shadows.
It was just an idea.
The fireball vanishes.
I
Oh,
have
the
the
ball
second
of
one
fire
in the
vanishes.
final, Ito.
Thank you, Snipps. Sorry, I just figured if we could do it without anyone getting hurt and without trying to.
I mean, it was a good, if horrifying idea.
I mean, granted,
Have you eaten yet?
No, which is probably why all these gross ideas isn't really screwing with me right now.
Snipps goes into his little package and just pulls out a sandwich wrapped in some wrapping paper. Here you go.
Thank you. I start chewing.
Looks at Hilda, sees Hilda taking a big swig of, I don't know, probably whiskey or something like that. Also hands her
Herbal
one.
moonshine.
Magical moonshine.
You
Could
want some too?
Could try to turn Bandage into Octopus and see if he can just reach down. I have a lot of really bad ideas that I'm not sure would work.
Please eat something.
Do remember my character is in fact an
asking
idiot. Just
someone
remember
who
this,
can-
guys.
I was thinking about maybe asking someone who can cast the light spell to cast it on something and then shove it down his gullet, but that's also probably not a good idea.
No,
Leader said he needed a light source.
you also need to be big enough to fit in the space, and I don't know how big this person's belly is, but
Do you want to
think it's
find
big enough.
out?
Cast the gust cantrip down and just expand his stomach. There's a lot of weird things you could do. You could do medically if you had cantrips.
How morally grey do you want us to go, Griff? Tell
Oh
us.
man, I'm more just. I hope that we have an audience watching this because this is some entertaining chaos.
I'm trying to think if I had anything that would like actually help, and like short of like my medical knowledge, I don't have a great solution. Short of, again, we can induce vomiting, which is an easy solution. That could work. I could also operate, which definitely would get us the rocks. We don't know how the end result's going to be for the patient.
We just,
Accurate.
I mean, if what would it be safer to just induce vomiting?
Yeah, maybe, but we also don't know what this person is. This person also was spewing water at us, so we don't know.
So if we
So
isolate
how-
the room and induce vomiting and turn him on his side,
Yeah, and if that doesn't work, I mean, cutting him up to get the stones out is an option. It is a rather extreme option, so we might want to hold off on that until we've exhausted all other options.
bigger the stones.
I don't know if we have any idea. Griff, do we know how big around what the stones are? Obviously, too small for an esophagus, but
They are about like standard marbles is probably what you would estimate.
gotcha.
Maybe a little bigger.
That's
I guess
possible
about
to
the size of a
vomit up.
D20. Let's go with that. That is a nice standard
Mhm,
metric
mhm.
everyone should be aware of.
A what?
A D20.
About the size of D20s. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, should be able to handle that
Don't see why
with
not.
some time.
Do you think those would cut up his esophagus?
If they're shaped exactly like D20s, maybe, but if they're just
No,
rocks.
No,
just the
I
approximate
mean-
size. That's not the
Depends.
No,
Does it have
no.
round edges or sharp ones?
No,
Or
the
pointy
rocks,
bits?
are they
Yeah,
round or are they
yeah.
like if
I'm-
the rocks have jagged edges, would they
Any
cut
of you
up?
are allowed to press on the stomach and try to make an estimation based on what you can feel.
Yeah, I think I don't think we can only know so much about the rocks inside someone's stomach.
You know what? I have proficiency in medicine, and Snipps is stupid enough to try that. 16.
All right. You get the sense that they are like river or lake stones. Like everything's kind of worn down. They don't have a lot of sharp edges. Some of them are a little shaped weird, but not in like jagged or polygonal ways,
I mean,
as opposed to polyamorous ways.
I mean, they might be polyamorous, but they don't really
That isn't relevant at the
feel
moment.
jagged. I don't know. That word just suddenly popped into my head as if some higher being had spoken it. I don't know. Okay, how meta can we get? No, but I mean, they feel kind of roundish, like, I don't know, something you would find at the edge of a lake or a river or something like that. So it might take a while, but we could just try making a pew come up.
I think
Oh, you're muted.
I'd rather give that a shot first. Because if we're waiting for it to pass one way, that could be quite a waiting game. I feel like if we at least induce the vomiting, it's quicker, and we might get a quicker solution. The biggest threat is the magical puking, and also potential bites, so...
Yes, fair enough.
So do we have, like, is there a way, like, we have anything noxious where, like, we can close, like, lock him, not lock him, well, lock him. Like, put him in a room, and then, like, pump the smell in?
I know of one of Ave's failed recipes that involved some kind of thing to do with an egg, with burying it and then digging it up some time after, and it was nasty. I'm sure we still have something like that pickled in a jar. I could go get it.
This poor person's stomach.
Is he in an induced coma? Because we could just, like, wait and, like, have him wake up, eat it, vomit himself to unconsciousness.
I know we extended the rest. I don't know if it's completely...
It's not induced coma. It's just a sedative that is keeping him sustained unconscious, and anytime his eyes have opened, it's just been kind of like glassy, vague, and then they shut back down after a moment or two.
So it's not a situation where we can just shove it down into his mouth and then run.
I don't think you actually have to shove it in. I mean, at least I nearly puked when I caught a whiff of it, so just opening the jar in front of his nose would probably be enough, I suppose.
We need masks.
We got
need
that.
what?
Masks.
Oh. Yes. Yes, we do.
Chanor, you'll have some extra.
So I will need a nice detailed description of how you are preparing and how you are executing this plan. I presume one of you should take lead. I will let you three decide who is going to like. One of you will give me the overall description of the plan, and I'll allow the other two to like give me any minor amendments that they realize as they listen to the description. So that way we don't have like 8 people talking through a plan simultaneously. 8 people, 3 people. You're still a lot more players.
I think Quillz, she's not proficient in medicine. She probably shouldn't be the one giving the description.
Oh no, it doesn't have to be based. Like the character isn't
cool.
talking me through this. I want to know. Like I just need one of you to take the lead and break down the plan, and then the other two can kind of like augment or amend it after. Who's volunteering? For anyone not editing it.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
So Snipps is going to get one of, as I said, Ave's failed recipes, which is smell like and also consistency like probably something in between stockfish, a 1,000-year-old egg, and those there is a special fermenting method in which you let fish go intentionally rotten. So basically an amalgamation of those 3 things, and Ave tried to make a very interesting kind of egg mayo out of it.
I hope that Poppy is watching and just upset that people are talking her dead character.
I am fully expecting her to have put this into the anonymously being gifted recipe book. So I'm okay. I'm not slandering her too much. But yeah, Snipps is just going to get that stuff. And hoping that both Chanor and Quillz and Hilda in the meantime are getting some kind of mask or something to, I don't know, plug up your noses or something like that. Just to not also faint from the stench. And we're then going to get this man into some kind of a not quite lying down, not quite sitting up position, so that he can vomit out to the side. Basically, the standard position you get into when the paramedics arrive. If you had some kind of injury, I'm blanking on the English term for that.
I mean, we could put him on his side and then be on his back, like angle him away from us, and then like have our
Yeah,
arm like doing the
exactly
jar
that.
thingy, and then like what we were
Exactly that,
thinking.
and just holding the jar under his nose and opening it, and then hoping that that's enough to make him retch. Also, probably putting a bucket underneath where he's probably going to puke in, just so we can
Cool.
catch whatever is coming out and not have it splatter all over the floor.
Cool. So, that's basically a two-step plan with one major safety measure and one secondary measure. Elle, do you have any additional items or augmentations?
Just kind of want to make sure that he is like strapped to the bed in a way that like while he's vomiting, one, he doesn't injure himself, and two, he doesn't injure us.
Okay.
I think that would be important.
Oh, I also want to take care that whenever he's vomited, that he does not accidentally swallow his own tongue, because that is something that can actually happen when you induce
That is not
vomiting.
how that actually works. It is actually impossible to swallow your own tongue. I promise you. There's
You
been
know
a
what
lot
I
of
mean.
research done on that myth.
You know what I mean.
Putting it on the
Okay, so
side does
that he
the thing that you're
doesn't
talking about.
accidentally bite his own tongue when trying to spit something out.
That's fine. But
That's fine.
your part of the plan is already over, but I'll do that. Vinny, do you have any final augmentations?
One, everyone, including the goats, all have masks on now. So they have masks connecting from their horns over their snouts, just to be safe. If anyone has Mage Hand, I highly recommend someone at least have the option of inducing, like potentially feeding. I thought someone had Mage Hand. I can't remember who.
I have.
Okay, cool. So that'll be good. I don't mind Chanor being behind this person, to hold their head, to help direct whatever specifically it's going to be. Like if it's going to be puking, if it's going to be something else, to just help direct the head. Also potentially help if feeding the drink or mixture or whatever needs to happen. I can at least tilt back the head for that moment and then point forward for projectile natures. Are you muted? Can't hear you.
Why can you not hear me?
There we go.
I can hear you
Hello?
now.
You can hear you
That
now.
was weird.
I can hear you now.
Strange.
Is there anything that any of you would like Hilda specifically be doing in this moment?
Does Hilda have any advice? She's pretty, like, a pretty intelligent individual. Does she hear this plan and she's like, what the fuck's wrong with you guys? Or is she also curious? Or
She's a little curious about using a concoction of failed recipe, but if it's going to work, then it's going to work. She would have been like, well, I have a couple things that I could probably throw together, but this sounds like it's a reliable option.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have some ipecac, we won't say no to some ipecac.
But yeah, so she doesn't have any blatant other like corrections based on the information she has and the information that you guys have laid out for the plan, she's pretty much like, this all makes sense.
I guess my one.
She is like, can I help?
Yeah, I would say my one request is if she wants to be behind with me, where I'm holding the head, on the off chance that this vomiting starts a process where he wakes up and tries to get violent. I'm hoping that Hilda might have something to calm the nerves, or a sedative or something.
Sedation. Okay, I need 2 pieces of information, and Chanor, this is going to be your thing. One, is there a door that closes this room off, or is it like is it just a curtain? Like, how does this room work in terms of entrance and exit?
Assuming we had to get this person into a room, and I would have very much wanted to make sure this person was separated to a point that he couldn't hurt anybody, so I'm going to say it's probably have its own door. And
that's what I thought, just didn't want to assume.
Its own secured room.
Okay, and how big is the room? Obviously, it's big enough for at least 4 people and a bed.
Yeah, but honestly, it's probably a pretty small room because this is a clinic and we're worried about capacity. So even a private room, if it's a private room, it's going to be small, I think.
Okay, so we're talking enough for the bed and probably 3 times more, 4 times more.
I would say like
50 by 10,
8 by 8.
You guys can give me those measurements. Those make no sense to me when I look at
that's why I'm asking for like the bed as the metric.
Yeah,
like how many other beds could we squeeze in?
That's why I'm looking.
If nobody was standing.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking around the room. I'd be so 1, 2, 3, 4 beds would be like the room filled to the max.
Okay, so we're looking at like a 12 by 15 is what we're saying. Cool.
Sure.
We gotta hydrate.
We gotta hydrate. Look at us.
And also, people donating to the book, which is nice too.
Well, the book is nice too.
So, folks, begin to execute your plan. Hilda and Chanor are standing behind the patient. Is anyone bracing the bucket, or like in that where is everyone else standing? I guess compared to the patient in bed and facing to the left of the bed.
I don't know if anyone should be bracing the bucket because it's whatever's coming out of him is also going to be blight infected, and we don't want that. Maybe have the bucket weighted down.
We'll just put a rock in the bucket, a normal rock in the bucket.
No, normal rock in the bucket. Quillz is going to be.
If it gets weird.
She's going to be behind. Well, she's going to be at his feet.
Cool.
It's at the foot of the bed.
And Snipps, where are you?
Snipps is going to use his own hands to basically. Snipps is standing at the head of a patient, using his own hand to uncork or unscrew whatever the thing, and is also having his mage hand summoned up in the tablet form, and is, as soon as he's opened the bottle, is going to step back and use that as some kind of shield for anything that might get into his direction.
Cool. Everyone roll me
and
one
then
last
immediately
perception
cock
check.
that thing back up.
Perception?
And I forgot, I'm sorry, who's casting Mage Hand?
Me.
If anyone? You are? Cool. And everyone roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Right, I got a 3 on perception.
I got an 11.
12 on perception.
Okay, none of you noticed the thing. I need Elle and Chanor for the Constitution save.
17.
7.
Still good enough for the environment. Okay. You all take your position. You have the patient strapped down. Hilda's at the ready with a sedating elixir, essentially, that'll be a topical application. The door is closed. The goats are standing at the side with their masks on. Everyone's kind of like worried about this jar that's coming into play. The jar gets uncorked. None of you are going to have any effect because you've taken the proper precautions. And For general, no, it doesn't actually matter. So you uncork it and kind of like waft it in the direction of the unconscious fishy person, and 3 things happen very quickly. 1, there's sort of like a minor convulsion, then a like gagging, and then just spits up a mouthful of like sludgy water, not the stuff that was getting sprayed out before, a little bit of sludgy water, and there are like little stones or marbles or something in them. And as they start pouring out of the mouth and into the bucket, you hear the little like impacting the rock in there, impacting each other as they land, and then finally you hear a crack. And the entire room that you're in is now completely full of water. Like, it just erupts from that bucket, and it's just everywhere. It's leaking out under the door. It's leaking out through like the window and like any vents or anything in the room. But like the room is at capacity. Like it is full of water.
Okay, I know. I now know what those marbles were.
I hoped somebody would figure it out eventually.
Dang
For the
it.
viewers at home, there's something called Dust of Dryness, which allows you to sprinkle a bit of powder onto a 15 by 15 foot cube of water, and it basically compresses the water down to a pebble. And for meta purposes, this spellcaster had swallowed a bunch of those marbles and had been like magically crushing them and spraying out the water as like a geyser attack.
Nice.
Welcome to the way I write my stories, folks.
I've never gotten to use that item, and I really like it because it's such a cool concept.
So yeah, you guys are now all drowning.
Nice. Of ways to go, this is surely a weird one.
Yeah.
Drowning on land.
Quillz is first because she's first initiative, isn't she?
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Hey, so Quillz is going to. She has a mask on, but it's, I'm assuming, cloth mask. So she's like,
Yeah.
she's like puffing her cheeks out. She's making an attempt to swim to the door.
I mean, you can clear that movement easily, even at half speed. So,
Open
and
it.
I'm guessing there's no reason why the door would be locked.
Yeah, so she's gonna open it.
Just roll me a either athletics or acrobatics check, essentially, to see like how well you manage executing that, given that you don't have leverage against the door at the moment.
Oh, I got a 9.
Cool. I need to make a 50-50 decision here first. I think about it.
All right.
Okay, so you are able to get the door handle unlatched, but thankfully the door swings outwards, so you didn't have to do any extra pushing or leverage in that moment. It just, the water now shoves it out. I will need everyone to roll me not a dexterity save, not a constitution save. Your choice of a constitution save or a dexterity save, honestly.
21 dexterity.
Cool.
4.
10.
Okay. Okay. So each of you who are Chanor and Elle and Hilda, all have definitely gotten some of the water into your mouth, and you have no idea if this is going to affect anything based on what you know. But I will say that only Elle has accidentally swallowed a little of it, or pills. So actually,
Yay,
no, Quillz and Hilda.
Oh, and
But-
Hilda. Oh.
Yeah. So yeah,
Let us
that's a thing that has happened.
together.
And Snipps has landed, basically like stayed on your feet, not really like tumbled out. The other 2 of you have sort of like rolled around the room as the water went down and didn't quite land perfectly. Hilda definitely is like on the floor, and this guy is on the fucking move.
Get out.
How far away is he from us?
He's stepping over you to exit. I mean, basically everything kind of like fell over and got pushed around. So you guys all, because you were not secured to anything, got pulled towards the door like a vacuum. Whereas he, like, the bed toppled over, and then he was able to like snap him away.
Yeah.
He's groggy. He's wobbly on his feet, but like he's on the move.
Well, then I'm
He
gonna
has to
grab
step
his ankle.
past you directly. Yeah. If you guys have attacks of opportunity, you can make those rolls. Those of you on the floor have to do it at a disadvantage. Snipps, you're still on your feet, so you don't have the disadvantage.
I guess I'm not closest to it.
He's stepping past all of you. You all get this as an action. So Quillz, you're
Not-
first. What is your roll to attempt to secure this person? Essentially, you're trying for a grapple. Yes.
Really just like reaching out and grabbing his ankle, either to trip him or to stop him or slow him down. I got. Would that be acrobatics, athletics?
Athletics.
Usually
normally.
athletics. I'll allow acrobatics because if you're trying to trip or grab, then that's basically what you're choosing. Is
Yeah.
grabbing is going to be athletics and tripping is going to be acrobatics.
Then 14.
Snipps, you are next in the chain. What does your opportunity attack look like?
Is it an opportunity attack or is it an action? Because if it is an action,
An opportunity attack is the reaction to someone leaving your melee range. So that is what is occurring. The person has entered and is now exiting your melee range.
Not on my watch. I want to grapple him too. Just full on piggyback ride around his torso.
Right. Roll me an athletics check.
Ooh, that's nice. That is athletics. Ooh, that's a 22.
Cool. Chanor, what are you
I
trying at?
still have a gauntlets.
I'm just gonna grab for the legs as well since I'm on the ground. Disadvantage actually, right? So
Yes.
okay. Oh, that would have been a nice roll. I had a 13.
All right. Well, with all of the concerted effort, I will say that as he's trying to step out of the range of people reaching for his feet, Snipps is able to just like latch on completely. Snipps, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
7.
Boy.
Cool. So you get the person secured. It's not using any sort of language, but he's like verbalizing in protest. It's just a lot of like gurgles and like incomplete, fragmented syllables that you don't seem to recognize as spoken word. And otherwise just struggling and very confused. Obviously, like under the effects of a sedative, just like not completely there, but panicked and trying to escape.
I still have my mage hand as a tablet, so can I just basically whack him over the head to knock him out again?
No, Mage Hand is not an attack spell. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
If you want to have the Mage Hand like shove a sedative towards you, that is an option.
I mean, is anyone going to give me a sedative, or should I just?
Well, Hilda had one on hand.
Yeah, there's definitely the ones that were being used already, and then I'm sure there were still some on the side. Like there are options.
They're just on the floor now.
Okay, so we just sedate him again.
Yeah, it'll probably
Make
take.
Make an attempt to.
Yeah, try it out. See if we can.
Yeah, if you want to Mage Hand the sedative over to you, then you can from there try to make an attempt to. Someone can make an attempt to sedate him once it is in the proximity, and you can get it as a reaction. But the sedation is still going to be a melee attack essentially.
Okay, in that case, I'm just going to try, because I'm still on his back, I'm just going to try to basically get my arms under his to kind of pin them back so he can't properly use his hands to shove people away, and then just get some momentum and fling myself onto my back in the hopes of basically getting him to trip over and fall on top of me.
Roll me a strength check for that.
Uh,
Telling it won't lose the
22.
grapple. Just 22? Yeah. Then you get him prone, but you're pinned. And now
That's fine.
one of the other two of you, Quillz, you're higher up in the initiative, so I will let you try first if you want to try to get a sedative and or apply it.
I would like to. I'm assuming the one that Hilda had is near her.
Yeah, no, there's probably one that she had like in hand already. That's
Yeah. So I'm gonna.
also somewhere on the floor near you.
Yeah. So somewhere, grab the closest sedative, get onto my feet, and go and try and because it's topical, right? It's not ingestible.
Yeah, no, you just got to get it on the skin. Specifically, she was aiming for around the gills since that seemed to be a good application entry.
Okay, so Quillz is gonna grab it. She's gonna try and study, get up right, and then go over there to apply the sedative.
Make me a intelligence, no, perception check as you're doing that.
17.
Cool. You grab the stuff and you're about to do the thing, and two things become very apparent very quickly. One, the gills are gone. And as you realize that, you notice that a lot of the other like fishy traits have also kind of like ceased presenting themselves. And but then you just make a quick estimation of like if the gills were a good spot, then by the mouth is probably a good spot, or like nose or any other soft tissue. So you just sort of like apply it somewhere on the head.
Somewhere on the face.
Yeah, and within that 6 seconds, like the person starts to like drowsy out, and they don't go to sleep this time, but they're like stoned in a non-functioning way. Chanor, you have a final move before we call this round over.
You have him to the ground. You and that.
Snipps is underneath him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to be like, how do I do a thing that also doesn't really, really hurt? A couple people. I think if the sedative is working, I'm going to just try to assist with the grappling to keep them disabled until unconscious.
Okay. Then roll me a dexterity save, essentially, because it's not that you're trying to grapple them yourself, you're just ready to like make sure they don't get out if they pull any sudden moves, I'm gonna say.
Gotcha. Dirty 20.
Perfect. So yeah,
dirty 20.
You're high vigilant, and you're just like, okay, until we can get some straps on this motherfucker, I'm ready to like pin his hands back down if he gets anything loose. But yeah, you guys do a solid job of getting everyone, sorted out. The water has flown mostly out. The floor is going to be a little weird for a while until you can get a mop in here or until like it evaporates. But yeah, you also now have a bucket with about 3 dozen marbles that create water, which doesn't help Chanor very much, but might come in handy to other people.
Actually, if I put them all at the end of the decanter and fire them off of the decanter, is it just a...
Oh
fire
my
off
god.
Geyser, it impacts, shatters, and a second burst occurs. God, that would be nuts. I like the way you think.
Geyser.
I'm gonna say for now, can we get those in like a dry jar and just secure it somewhere?
And I'm just going to sort of push him off of me and try to wiggle free out of him.
Quillz is gonna look for a mop.
I'm gonna just start like frostbiting the water and then chucking it out an open window, so it's just.
Roll me an Arcana
That
check.
water's probably blighted.
It's, if you got magic, why not use it for something stupid? Or an Arcana check, you said?
Yeah.
Plus 7, 12, 19.
Okay, cool. You managed to do that without freezing your own hands, which are also wet.
Shake it up.
So you guys all get yourselves dried off. A little prestidigitation and or other simple heat spells are likely to help with that, but those are all cantrips, so I'm not going to make anyone go through any hoops.
Oh, they don't have to roll a Constitution save if I do, don't they?
I have
I
control.
mean,
flames.
if you want to say that you're taking control, then yes, they are going to be rolling
No,
Constitution saves. I'm
I'm
trying
not
to
being
step
that
over a thing for
asshole.
people's benefit.
I do
I'm-
have control flames as a cantrip.
Cool. So yeah, you just sort of light not a mediocre, an analog fire instead of a magical fire, and to sort of like direct the warmth onto like clothes and stuff to like basically a hot air dryer on everything. And after maybe about an hour, like the place is dry, everything's put back where it belongs. Patient is strapped to the table again and unconscious.
How's Hilda doing?
Also dried off and just sort of like, well, now we know how to spit in the water up and what the rocks were. That's about it.
Can Quillz
Fair
like
enough.
check and make sure there's no more?
Roll me a medicine check.
Okay.
I'm also just gonna
Ah,
go down the hallway.
19.
Um,
19.
you do some poking, and you don't. There aren't enough of them to be clacking against each other, but there are definitely like a couple of stiff spots. But you don't know if that's biological augmentations or if it's actual rock still in the stomach somewhere. But for the most part, it seems pretty safe.
I'm also just gonna go down the hallway and be like, double check how far this water goes, make sure no one, some kid, some baby crawled out of a crib and just tried to lick it up or something. Like,
I'm not a monster. It's early enough in the morning that most people are like too much of in a hurry to worry about it. This is the type of town where the sewer system exists, but it's not extensive enough that it's handling all, like, a lot of the sinks don't have drains, just sort of like dump it into your yard. So most people aren't playing in like yard water.
What about yard ice?
Yard ice is a little bit of a confusion, but
the random shards that I threw out the window.
we're like, ooh, I'm gonna go keep my chicken warm, or my chicken warm.
My chicken warm.
I'm gonna warm my chicken with this block of ice.
I hate opposite day.
Yes. So yeah, everything's at a nice baseline. Let's do a quick spot check for everyone. Quillz. Now that all that has occurred and it's calm again, any thoughts? Any desired actions? Any questions? Any conversations?
Quillz is gonna, point out, be like, hey, you guys notice he's becoming less fishy? She's like, whatever is not as affecting him as much. And I don't know if it's because he vomited it all up or he just hasn't been in the water for 12 hours.
Or both. We don't know. There's so many elements at play.
So many elements at play. But I just
Yes,
wanted to point that
there
out.
are.
He's not gilly anymore.
Yeah, which is good because I was actually about Vinny. He started to be like, "Oh yeah, breathing. How's that work for this guy?"
Snipps, same estimation. Thoughts, conversations, actions, something like anything you want to be doing at the moment?
Yeah, Snipps has been just grabbing a medium-sized jar from the room and has been collecting those little pebble marble thingies
Cool.
into it. Taking care not to touch them with his bare hands because he's having the gauntlets on. But just
What are
has
you
just
touching them with?
with my
What are you doing? How are you
gauntlets.
moving them?
With my
Oh, okay.
gauntlets.
So you're touching with the gauntlets. Roll me a strength check, please.
16.
Okay, that's not too high. I will allow that you do not actually touch and squeeze any of them so hard that they crack and cause a second event. If you had gotten a critical roll or maybe higher than a 22, it might have had a bad outcome.
Yeah, okay. No, so he's just slowly picking them up off from the bucket and into the jar and looks around if there's any, I don't know, any stragglers that has rolled under some kind of medical cabinets or something like that.
Cool.
Just
Roll me an investigation check. I'm gonna assume it's pretty easy, but like if you get a crit fail, there might be one that gets left behind by accident.
that's a 14.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. looks up at the mentioning of that guy getting less fishy. No, I haven't really seen that. Do you think there's a way to test whether or not the water that comes out of those things is also dangerous?
Hold on the mop.
Good point.
Wait a
I
moment.
forget. Have you guys determined any way to like identify blight affected versus non-blight affected? I know you've kind of got speculative evidence by like interacting with things and seeing how they interact with things, but I don't know if you've gotten to a point where I've had at any point when you guys have done a detect magic or anything of the sort, have I made it clear that something was blight or not? I know with like seeing the different liquid composition coming out of the ground was one thing, and seeing these people interact with it differently was a different thing. But like through magical detection means or identification means.
I don't have detect magic, so I wouldn't know. I was just going to try putting Eugene into the water where the mob was in and see if he grows.
I do have detect magic.
All right.
You would
Oh no,
rather do
sorry.
that.
My question was more in past instances of detect magic. Have I given you that information? Because I don't think I have, but I didn't want to assume. Okay. And
Don't think so.
your testing method with Eugene is probably the most accurate way you guys have to tell if there's blight in a liquid. So yeah.
Poor Eugene.
If he glows, it's dangerous.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
I chuck Eugene into the bucket.
There is definitely like after about 15 seconds, a shimmer starts to form. You can't quite tell right away if there's a size increase, but and depending on how long you want to leave them in there, we can have this discussion further.
And as soon as I see the shimmer, I'm just going to bamf him out again and just go, yeah, seems to be less potent than whatever was down there, but still definitely infected.
Cool. Chanor, same basic thing. Everything's calm. You guys are reacting, and now we have a room to breathe. What would you like to observe, contribute, speak about, notice, actions?
We've seen some small changes to the person becoming less aquatic.
Yes.
Do they still look basically like lightly malnourished, or are they like how like health wise? Do they also look better at all, or is it that like not changing?
So this person had at no point has looked unhealthy like the other creatures did.
Right.
Definitely
Sorry.
look different. But definitely, and as it, like the fishy bits are coming off, like everything about what's left behind in those same spaces completely looks like normal, healthy flesh and or hair or whatever other body part it is.
Gotcha. I think my main thing is gonna be I'm gonna turn to Hilda and be like, so besides that little bit, anything here look interesting to work with? We've gotten this person back to the healthiest state we possibly could, short of whatever mentally is going on with them or magically going on with them. Physically, they're fine for now.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, and I'm not really a magician and as much of as an alchemist, so I don't know if I'm the best person for this. As far as I can, like some of the stuff is fascinating to just see because I do like watching how magic and biology of various species or genus interact. But yeah, no, the fact that he's becoming less fishy is interesting because it should have degraded over a longer period of time. It does either imply that something has, like that magic that was in his stomach might have been fueling it somehow, and now that it's pulled out, it's not, or something else pulled some magic away in that moment. It's tough to pin down. Definitely seems more acute than I expected.
Just for a test, because I know this cantrip isn't dangerous, I'm going to just harness the energy from Spare the Dying near this person's body and just see if there's like a reaction to new magic near.
Interesting. That is very interesting. I need to think for a second. Okay, so you start to cast the spell. The entire room catches on fire now. Just because you were like,
Master
I'm going to try
Waken.
this because it's not dangerous. And I'm like, let's see. As you conjure the magical energy, like, even before you fully form and are ready to release the spell, you can, like, sense some of it being siphoned away. Roll me a perception check. Or an arcana check. I'll leave it to you on which one.
In this situation, I think it feels more arcana to me. I'm trying to test the magics.
Yeah. That's why I figured.
Ooh, that's a nat 1. Oh, I'm a halfling. Okay, I rolled a nat 1, but I'm a halfling, so I get to reroll that. Alright. That's not crazy good. 7 plus 7 is 14.
You can tell that it's being siphoned away. You cannot tell what direction the magical energy is going, just that, like, it's taking you longer to build up enough, and it feels like it's a cantrip, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it basically, you feel like to complete casting the spell yourself in this moment, given that you're, like, not in fully control of the magical energy that you're trying to summon, you either need to wait a lot longer or, like, tap into one of your actual biological magic to, like, jolt it into being a completed spell. So, like, you can feel this sort of, like, subtraction occurring.
Gotcha. Okay. That's that'll be my little test for my turn then. Just
cool.
Poking that around a bit.
All right, I'm gonna remove turn order for the moment, unless I have to incur it because people are being non-committal. But we've gotten past the shock of the moment. You had your first moment of reaction. What do you guys want to be doing? Wait, hold on. We're an hour and a half in. We'll have like another half hour before we take a break. So what do you guys want to be up to?
I, Vinny, am stupider than Chanor, and Chanor is stupider than his goddamn band. So Vinny's having a hard time making a method.
I will say that at any point, so I know different DMs handle this stuff differently. I've always been of the mind that, like, if you're rolling to move a boulder, if you're trying to move a boulder, I'm not expecting you to display moving a boulder to successfully do it. You roll the dice, it tells you if you succeeded. Same thing with intelligence. If you can't think of a thing, but you have a gist of what you're trying to do, you're welcome to tell me what you're trying to aim for, roll a thing, and I can tell you how close you get. I'm not gonna, like, make you do social or intelligence checks that are outside of your personal capabilities to live a roleplay fantasy. That's silly.
Gotcha. In this moment, I think Chanor, just because of the concern of health things that we've seen and stuff, really wants to try to see if, with what's available with this person and the people in this room right now, he can comfortably say that there's a way to separate what is blight magic from normal magic.
Ah, okay. No, that's solid. So you basically want to create a method of distinction.
Yeah, that's it. Like, kind of what we were saying earlier with Quillz being able to do detect magic. Unfortunately, 2 out of 3 of us can't do detect magic, so having a solid method of being able to do this myself would make probably things in the future a lot easier to understand.
All right. I say that's easy enough to pitch. I will have you roll an intelligence saving throw, technically, because there is a failure negative outcome that can occur, so I think you need the extra boost, but roll me that.
Sounds good. It's actually something I'm pretty decent of. Roll the 1 again, but I get to re-roll the natural ones. Jesus. My dice is not liking me tonight.
Lucky duck.
10 plus 7, 17.
17. All right. I will say that you, like, outline the terms of the test and put it to Quillz that they will have to be using detect magic and comparing basically magic that's coming off of the bucket that we know is tainted versus other sources. But because the magic that has seeped into a lot of the stuff in the room might have left residue, you're going to need to create a new magical effect. And here is where I will have to have Chanor and Hilda and Snipps roll me a... It's essentially an initiative check.
23.
17?
Cool. Hilda definitely got like 12, so that's fine. But that does mean that here's the problem. From a meta level, we know what's going on. I will say that Snipps, because you are ahead of the thing, you are the one who's like, oh yeah, no, I can create a magical effect. Like, you're just on the ball with something to create for comparison. Tell me what spell you decide to create for comparison.
No, I'm not smiling about that, but about the Constitution save they have to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to flaming hand. So just produce flame again.
Cool. I need the Constitution saving throw from you two again, and also I will start out that I need an intelligence check from Quillz as well.
My Constitution saving throw was a 19.
Cool.
Mine is an 8.
Vinny, you have actually you have 2. Oh gosh, no. 4 of your hit die are sucked out. I'm sorry. And what is the intelligence check?
14.
14. All right. So you assess both, and then realize that you can't tell the difference, but you also realize that because it's fire versus water magic, that it may be causing confusion. So, Vinny, I want you to realize in response that you're the person who does the most water magic, so are going to want to like create a magical water source to compare against that is hopefully not blight infected.
Oh, well, I think technically the decanter, like, no way that's blight infect, or if it is, then I'm totally screwed. But like, as far as I know, the decanter is not blight infected. So I'll open up a window and just say like fountain, and just start shooting out a stream of water.
Cool. And at that point, the detect magic spell's continuing, so you are able to then be like, oh yeah, no, there is a weirdness between the two, and you can kind of like pinpoint it doesn't feel like it's definitive, but you can definitely sense it's kind of like seeing a blue versus a teal. Like, you can tell the difference, but you're not sure what's making one a little bit different, or if it's going to apply to like other magical sources. But it's a starting point, and that's pretty good.
Which one's blue and which one's teal? In your
the blight is teal.
Blight is teal. Thank you.
And as you look around the room, like any place that there's like liquid residue, there's still some blight. You look at the person on the table, there's still some blight. Anything that's like,
Snipps?
if he was emitting magic at the moment, other than like the flame itself is making it harder to pin down. But if the flame is still up, then even then you're like, that's weird. But it doesn't look like blight, like a specific light.
Okay.
Yeah, the flame is definitely up. Just for fun, what about my bite mark?
It's still cold to you. It hasn't gotten worse. It's not doing anything drastic, but like it doesn't look any different.
What about if I look at it with detect magic?
Oh, you definitely, if you're looking directly at the bite mark, you definitely see a little bit of like a greenish yellow tinge coming off of it.
Okay.
It doesn't look the same as the blight that's coming off of the guy who, like, has been interacting with blight, though. But I will point out that there is also now, like, medical stuff interacting with the wounds, because you're detecting magic through the treatment that has already been applied. Mm-hmm. Probably also has had to have been swapped out, because I'm guessing you had to rebandage after, and I'm just gonna hand wave and say that you, like, got the wet blight bandage off, and, like, put a new fresh bandage on, and...
I'm a responsible medical associate, so yes.
Yes.
Yes, you've definitely gotten an increased odds of detecting blight, for sure.
I'm going to convey everything that I just saw to them and be like, hey, your bite's a weird color, too.
I mean, that kind of makes sense because it came from a weird creature, but... So you're saying it looks different?
Greenish yellow, to be precise.
I'm working off of detect magic in the sense of like aura colors for anyone viewing who has any sense of that.
Pull out my battle axe. Do we need to?
Amputate.
I'm just going to let the flame go just the tiniest bit larger.
Also, because because I haven't had a chance to, or a lot of good reasons to give you guys inspiration lately. Vinny, take inspiration, but also if you decide that you don't need it because of all your augmentations already, you can reward it to someone else in the moment.
I already do have an inspiration anyways, so I will reward that to either of the two that don't already have one. I don't know if do either of you not have an inspiration?
I don't have.
I shall give it to Snipps.
Thank you very much.
You're making the flame bigger?
I suspect that I have some control over how the flame appears in my hand. So I'm just going to make it just the tiniest amount bigger. Maybe, I don't know, a centimeter or so. Just basically, I'd rather not lose my arm, so maybe I'll off on that.
Yeah, speaking of which, when I lose my 4 hit die, is there like heavy, like, am I lethargic after like that?
Sorry, you did get that sort of like vertigo moment.
Gotcha.
I should have explained that. For some reason in my head, I had already kind of like set the definition. But yeah, you get
I just wanted to make sure.
Minor dizziness, like a little bit of that wobble, like you stood up too fast, and then it's just like, oh. It feels like if you're really thinking about it, depending on how you want to handle your intelligence band in this, you could equate it to what Quillz has told you about when they felt dizzy out by the lake. But it definitely feels like a sudden onset of something heavier than they mentioned, because theirs was a lot less intense at the time.
Gotcha. Well, one is a coincidence, two is I forget the whole proverb for that, but yeah. Either way, two times.
But you were just dealing with the very intense moments, and you're still like 30 seconds out of that technically. Yeah. So I'll leave it to your discretion how you want to handle it, but that's the information at hand.
It's me saying basically if it happens a third time, then we'll have a aha.
Cool. I'm okay with that. Neat. All right, does anyone else have any like pressing business? Because how we're going to move on after this moment is you're going to keep the patient sedated, theoretically, unless you have like a plan for what happens next. And you'll basically go through the rest of your day reflecting on however you want to, but then we're going to move into like the rest of the week when we come back from the break and do like the breakdown of like what you're spending your downtime on in response to all this. Vinny.
This will probably end up being one of my points anyways, or at least relative to it. I would like to, or at least with the sample I have from Snip's wound, I would like to also do like a blood sample, a sample of the water. Like when Quillz was explaining the difference between these things, I wanted to just like collect them and then be like, Hilda, is there a way we can just like test these like alchemically to get more distinction out of them? And like not now, but as one of my downtime points, I'll probably like do some chemical-y shit with Hilda and see what happens.
If you want to participate with, I will give her higher odds on outcome. But yeah, she basically is just like, oh yeah, no, there's definitely some things I can run. I think when you guys came across the like other infected, like is it infested? What's the term that we used before with the wound that was like had growth on it?
Humorous?
No.
I don't remember.
Festering. I'm sorry, that's the word. Oh, the festering wound. You did take a biopsy off of that, if I recall correctly.
I took.
So similarly, yeah. So basically, she's gonna be like, "Yeah, grab that, grab those." We're now in Hilda's wheelhouse for sure. Cool. So that'll be a thing that at least gets triggered, and if you choose to have a slot of your downtime added to that, then she'll like hold off or re-review the test with you later, allowing it to be a higher or advantage roll on her part.
Cool.
Neat. Anyone else have any pressing business for the moment?
Quill's stomach's gonna growl.
Snipps is just going to look into the bag.
Load a soggy
sandwich. A severely waterlogged sandwich. Do you just want to come to the tavern? I'll make you a fresh one.
I think
Work.
Josefa said she was making a decanter of endless hot chocolate at some point, if you want that.
The amount of shit smelling in this room right now.
Oh,
Hey,
God.
Chanor, I used to Quillz giving me shit for nothing. I expected better from you.
I like hot chocolate.
Yeah, you can have the damn decanter. Quillz is also going to like have a moment of like panic, and she's going to be like, "My books." She's going to start drying and like trying to save them.
I absolutely presume that when you were doing the directing heat thing to like dry everyone off, that your books were definitely on that list. I did not presume that you forgot that they existed. Actually, there was a part somewhere from when you announced it to like 1/4 of the time it took us to get to now. I definitely had the thought, almost said something, was like, there's no way Quillz didn't think to dry the books off in my head.
I had the thought earlier, but then we were in the middle of a discussion, so I was like, I can't bring it up now.
Yeah. No, I could not have found a good reason as DM in character that you would have dismissed that and not immediately been like, dry off the books, fuck the people, hold on.
Yeah, no, she would have been like, who gives a crap about people? Who gives a crap about people? Elle needs to work on her cursing, so does Quillz.
Fuck the censors. Cool. Alright. Last thoughts, anyone? Actually, let's go around and do a last like in character thought. Quillz.
How long does everyone think? Like, how long do you think this guy's gonna stay knocked out now that he's less fishy? Medical person.
I mean, as far as Chanor is concerned, as long as you keep redosing him, it's indefinite. So
that's going to be really healthy.
Brain damage too.
Look, sedation can't be worse than what this person's already ingesting.
Fair.
But that is a good question to think about for the downtime week. Is if you are just going to keep this person indefinite, or if there's going to be a questioning directly at some point. Cool. Snipps. Any last thoughts in character?
It seemed to be such a nice day. Well, I'll have to live with that now. Apparently, I hope it gets better. But oh wait, yeah, today's how you can eat buffet. Just sort
Use
of
your words.
no, sort of thinking of the work that is going to have to be done in the tavern.
Gotcha. Chanor. Last in character thoughts.
Polyamory. I mean, polymorph.
Thank you for the callback. I can't give you any more advantage or inspiration, so you're just gonna have to.
I'm in a goofy mood tonight, apparently. Okay.
Cool. Well, we're at a good spot for break, so Vinny, if you want to plug the Kickstarter again and then take us out.
Yeah. Tossing it up in the chat for a moment, guys. I don't have the thing set up to actually show you, but again, we have Kickstarter going on. Again, we're over $1,000. We have over 30 people backing, and we're about to get more anyways from a couple other things I'm doing. So it'd be great to have you along for the ride as well. We will be back in 10 to 15.
Before we vanish, I have a question about this. The 30 people, has this just been word of mouth so far? Like, you haven't done any real marketing yet?
I haven't done any marketing.
I didn't think so. That is impressive for not doing any actual, like, paid ads. That's fantastic.
It's just friends and words of mouth, and I'm very excited to have that. That by itself is making it very worth it, but I'm very excited to see what I can do in the last couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, now is a good time to push. Cool. We'll get in now.
All right. We shall see you guys in a bit.
It's worth it.
Because I'm not sure I understand.
Is she acting good because she thinks acting good is going to keep everybody together, or is she just acting good because she got it all out of her system the night before?
She got most of it out of her system, so she's mellowed out.
Okay, that's all I was asking.
Now.
Mellowette? Like just a little mellow? A small mellow?
She's
You
mellow.
had to see that coming.
I'm hanging up now.
Hi, Mel.
First of all, the Ivory Queen has some ways to get us out of the city. From here, that might be easier to get to than the greenhouse, especially considering how far the greenhouse is from us, and the fact that we neglected to remember that the city sells watermelon that lets you see through invisibility and disguise self. So,
I'm sorry, what?
yeah, there's magical fruit. It's kind of normal now, so I kind of forgot to think about it. But there's magic fruit that makes you do all wonder of things. It's really, really fun. But one of those is see basically into the ethereal plane.
I can't fucking wait to leave this place. What the fuck is this fucking hellscape?
But it's so
where you've got
interesting.
weird ass magic fruit.
My
Something
grandfather loves boxed wine, so maybe this is actually a good thing.
What's up, Azanar?
something that is at least older than 15 years.
In a box?
In a box.
Do boxes live that long?
No, absolutely not.
I just
This
enjoy the phrasing. These
conversation.
boxes live that long.
This conversation.
Emphasis on live.
This is how I die, folks. Goodbye.
The crying.
Smoke
And
inhalation.
she smoke inhalation. And she
That's amazing. I mean, there's people. There's not like a lot of people, but people.
Oh, I didn't know. I assumed we were the only 4 in the shop, so that's my mistake.
Well, I mean, his shop is kind of like an outdoor stall. Like again, he's literally like that guy from the opening from Aladdin, where it's like it's
Mel! The face!
My
I want
mistake.
that. I want that face as our new group
Please
chat.
no. Please no.
It's happening.
Seriously, me. For fuck's sake. No.
Funny
You're
shit.
good.
It's funny as
It
shit.
hurts now.
Yeah, full stress to full laughter does that.
I'm gonna mute now. I'll be right back.
You go to your thing.
Mask that you got, the pale visage. I did update that.
Cool.
So I'm gonna send you the updated version.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
The mask called the pale visage that Lyra found so far back.
Great.
So
Just great.
all I had it marked down as, I don't think it had a name as far as I knew. I knew it was a white scaled mask that when I wore it allowed me
it's
to
a
do
dragon
cold
scale
grip.
mask. Yep.
But it would
Yeah.
allow, I could feel something looking through the mask with me, so I didn't use it that often.
really sounds like Tiamat.
It really does
right
now.
there.
Yeah.
If you were
fuck
the
Tiamat.
face, so Tiamat
Vinny?
could look through your eyes.
Yeah.
Vinny. Vinny, look at me. Look at me, Vinny. Go fuck yourself.
We haven't even started playing yet.
I'm having some emotions.
All the live long.
Like an ash pile, but out of rocks, but like the size of a 4-story house. Like it's huge.
Oh god.
It is humongous, and there's these little small entrances. That's like if you're like crawling on your hands and knees, you can get through it. And
Nope.
okay, it's barred off now in Ireland, but it's really cool. And
I would
they're-
totally get involved in the
it's
barred
like
off.
these giant like caverns and corridors underneath these big structures. And so it would just be really cool to figure out how they came to be, you know, in this world, in my hometown. Is this a just hill crag thing? Or is it everywhere else? Are there other ways that this is here? I'm just really curious, honestly. I feel like it would be an interesting thing to
Aliens.
Aliens.
And maybe you guys are able to stealth around in the zoo. The animals are helping you. They don't know what you're doing, but they like go in front of you when the time is right.
Help.
Missy is very noticeable. I would say Missy probably does not help. But like there's a giant elk who's just like standing there, takes 2 steps forward to block your view, to block the view for a second, 2 steps back. So yeah, you guys are able to spy as these two go around and, you know, check out like All the animals. That was creepy.
It's the makeup.
You get purple.
What?
What?
Don't worry about it. Shh. And her head shoots up. She looks at Yvette. And she looks at Sid, assuming that they're in generally the same eyesight area.
Usually.
And she
Usually.
says, Yvette, would you like to run an experiment with me?
God. And they're right back in. That's all you needed to say. Irreparable friendship, who?
Centaur experiment.
They slam that notebook closed, walk away from Camden, go right up to Lyra and like, yes.
Together forever, we're Yvette and Lyra, best friends.
God, I hate how accurate that is.
Where are you choosing to place yourself at the table when you approach? No.
I do love the face that we got for this one, though.
We had such good progress for a couple of
It
minutes.
was very good. Oh, that's the end
This
of the
is such a
session.
great.
No.
This is such a great photo. I want to capture that.
Take a screen.
All right.
Fair.
Is the pale visage.
Shh, go read it.
Looked pretty wild. I liked it. I think there's a reason that he made it so we couldn't buy it even with our combined wealth.
Is it alright? Me?
Hmm?
Is it alright if I read it out loud, the description?
Hell yeah.
Okay. With a spiderweb crack on the center forehead gilded with star metal, this pure white mask is made of a singular white drag. Vincent!
Vinny?
Vinny! A singular white dragon scale. Peering through the mask, you see the world in odd hues and shades. You gain +2 to your AC and intimidation skill when attuned.
Round. How we feeling, guys?
I am not feeling good.
Just fucking peachy.
Cool.
Did I take any damage from that real quick?
Oh, you took 14 damage. Thank you for reminding me.
So happy to help.
Never remind him.
Hey, did we have homework last night?
That was
I'm not drowning.
that was-
I am sleeping so good.
that was kind of the
Having a nice time.
that was kind of the energy that got
afternoon.
tossed out. Probably the least liked. Things that smelled awful, ratty mud off the street, and Onolove explained it as if you give even the worst thing a chance to be better, there's a good chance it might happen.
5e monk class things just by typing in crazy gun monk in Google.
That sounds
surprising.
That sounds super correct. Yeah, Kensai
Yeah,
monks with guns are really.
Technically speaking, thanks to Tasha's, gun monk can officially be a thing.
It is. I made a bunch. It was great.
Oh my God.
It was really fun.
I hate this.
Oh, they're great.
Next to Arc, Crazy Gun Monks. Party
Yes.
name.
Yeah, sure. I'll recommend that to the Dark Arc people. Alright. Do you guys want to go get tattoos?
Fuck this.
Yes, tattoos.
I would like a tattoo, Papa.
Stab me, daddy.
You didn't like that, Connie? I mean, Mel.
I got worse. It got worse when
When Nova talked?
Yes.
Yeah, I do that. I'm sorry.
I really want like pixie form of like Eldritch Blast.
That's not me, though.
Alright, Mickey Mouse.
Sid gets a sending message and just hears in their minds.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Here's Mama, I haven't failed you yet. Much improved. Where the hell have you been? Miss you.
Fuck
him up.
I will say you don't get that message.
What?
What?
You're not playing that character right now. You don't know what's going on. Sid, you have a nice daydream about a message from Maybe.
Oof.
Vinny. Ow.
Vincent, the fuck?
As halflings, we can run through large creatures. I'm going to run between its legs and try to get his attention over here and say, hey, you're going to stop that now.
His head does turn towards you, and the eyes light up again to blast, but as you come around and confront it in that way, there is a delay in the moment, and it gives Ave a moment to act before that fires off.
The party is lightly interrogated, sees Leon tied up and exhausted. He was in magic people cuffs, like with all the fingers. It was fun. We are accepted into the tribe, given jobs and a place to stay for the night, and instructed to report back in the morning for more stuff. Scaldy runs into her brother, shoots him in the foot.
A classic.
They do a little
Classic
talking.
Scaldy.
Yeah.
That moment did become like a defining moment for Scaldy as a personality trait.
I do love I remember so clearly, it was like, you see your brother there, and then there's just this pause, and you had to be like, what do you do? And then the pause lingered, and then it was, shoot him in the foot. Just total throwaway.
I was thinking of which was the least damaging to shoot.
I really want like pixie form of like Eldritch Blast.
That's not me though.
All right, Mickey Mouse.
No,
Funny
you're good.
It's funny as shit.
It hurts now.
Yeah, full stress to full laughter does that.
I'm gonna mute now. I'll be right back.
You go do your thing.
The crying.
Smoke inhalation.
And she smoke inhalation, and she
That's amazing.
and her head shoots up. She looks at Yvette, and she looks at Sid, assuming that they're in generally the same eyesight area.
Usually.
And she
Usually.
says, Yvette, would you like to run an experiment with me?
God. And they're right back in. That's all you needed to say. Irreparable friendship, who?
Centaur experiment. They
Oh,
slam that notebook closed, walk away from Ken, and go right up to Lyra and like, yes.
Together forever, we're Yvette and Lyra, best friends.
God, I hate how accurate that is.
And maybe you guys are able to stealth around in the zoo. The animals are helping you. They don't know what you're doing, but they like go in front of you when the time is right.
Help.
Missy is very noticeable. I would say Missy probably does not help. But like there's a giant elk who's just like standing there, takes 2 steps forward to block your view, to block the view for a second, 2 steps back. So yeah, you guys are able to spy as these two go around and, you know, check out like all the animals. That was creepy.
It's the makeup 5e monk class things just by typing in crazy gun monk in Google.
That sounds
surprising.
That sounds super correct. Yeah, Kensai
Yeah,
monks with guns are really
Technically speaking, thanks to Tasha's, gun monk can officially be a thing.
It is. I made a bunch. It was great.
my God.
It was really fun.
I hate this.
Oh, they were great.
Next to Arc, Crazy Gun Monks. Party
Yes.
name.
Yeah, sure. I'll recommend that to the Dark Arc people. Alright.
Do
you guys want to go get tattoos?
Fuck this.
Yes, tattoos. And
I would
then
like a
maybe
tattoo, Papa.
Stab me, daddy.
You didn't like that, Connie? I mean, Mel.
I got worse. It got worse when
When Nova talked.
Yes.
Yeah, I do that. I'm sorry.
Mask that you got, the pale visage. I did update that.
Cool.
So I'm gonna send you the updated version.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
The mask called the pale visage that Lyra found so far back.
Great.
So
Great.
all I had it marked down as, I don't think it had a name as far as I knew. I knew it was a white scaled mask that when I wore it allowed me to do
dragon
cold
scale
breath.
mask. Yep.
But it would allow, I could feel something looking through the mask with me, so I didn't use it that often.
That really sounds like Tiamat.
It really does
right
now.
There.
Yeah.
You
Fuck Tiamat.
so Tiamat
Vinny?
can look through your eyes.
Yeah.
Vinny. Vinny, look at me. Look at me, Vinny. Go fuck yourself.
We haven't even started playing yet.
I'm having some emotions.
All the live long.
Because I'm not sure I understand.
Is she acting good because she thinks acting good is going to keep everybody together, or is she just acting good because she got it all out of her system the night before?
She got most of it out of her system, so she's mellowed out.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Mellowette? Like just a little mellow? A small mellow?
She's mellowed.
You had to see that coming.
I'm hanging up now.
Hi, Mel.
I mean, there's people. But there's not like a lot of people, but people.
Oh, I didn't know. I assumed we were the only 4 in the shop, so that's my mistake.
Well, I mean, his shop is kind of like an outdoor stall. Like again, he's literally like that guy from the opening from Aladdin, where it's like it's.
Mel, the face. I want
mistake.
that. I want that face as our new group chat.
Please no. Please no.
It's happening.
Seriously, me.
Sid gets a sending message and just hears in their mind.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Here's Mama, I haven't failed you yet. Much improved. Where the hell have you been? Miss you.
And we're back.
Oh, hi. Welcome back, everybody. So we've had some fun for the first half, mostly people trying to figure out how to diagnose and treat a magical malady that is of unclear, potentially blight-based proportions, and accidentally triggering a dust of dryness marble bursting a flood into the room, and then having to play cleanup and sedate the patient after all that chaos. But now we have just the nice, easy phase of that day has come to that morning has come to an end, and now we have a whole week ahead of us, and we get to look at what people want to be doing with their downtime, which everyone will have 3 slots as per usual for the week. You also get the 1/4 of your starting gold as a result of having worked a week, presumably. And on top of that, we will be determining if you have a plan for what the next phase of your investigation into the Blight in general will be. So, in order of initiative, we have Quillz at the top, if you are ready to go. Or, I know you're chewing, I'm sorry. I should have checked that before.
It's okay. I'm finished chewing for the moment. First of all, she wants to go, and she promised the guys at the fishing lodge that she would read 2 books to them. So she is, and she promised that she would bring a couple from her private collection.
Oh yeah, from the library.
Mm-hmm. So she's gonna go and read to the crew and see what kind of. She knows what genres they like, but she wants to see okay, is there a subgenre that they're more of a fan of, or is it do they just want to hear her read in general, or what?
As you are interacting and trying out different stories, you find that the 2 most popular. So you've noticed that when they tell stories to each other, the fishing stories are often very adventure and sometimes horror based. They have those tones to them in the narrative. So the 2 that they seem to attach most to are romance and like detective stories. Anything that kind of like implies a mystery that needs to be solved that isn't a monster.
Not a monster. Okay. Well, then she's gonna bust out some whatever this world's version of Sherlock Holmes is. And she's also gonna read them some saucy romances because why not?
Yeah. Neat. After a little bit more storytelling, whatever the closest thing to the Little Mermaid that this world has, they're all like into. But aside from that, you are just bonding as normal. Cool. Second slot for downtime.
Second slot is she wants to do like I don't know, she wants to do a little bit more research at the library as to like because she knows Hilda said that his transformation back to like his natural appearance was quick. So she wants to see not just blight related, but like anything magical that like could imbue that or assist that, or is that like a trait of like his combination of elf and goblin race or what have you?
Okay. You do some research into it, and while you don't, because you're so the spell descriptions of things that you find that can do that kind of have different lengths of time and different amounts of magical taxation that they require. After digging a little deeper, you do kind of pin down some external narratives of that aren't just like spellcasters bragging, like people who've seen the effects of a thing that they weren't sure was intentional on the person or not. It seems like usually these partial polymorph, for lack of a better term, they sort of retract or fade away in phases over like a couple of days. The fact that the gills vanished in a small amount of time is confusing. There isn't a consensus as to why they usually degrade over time, but there is a sense of either the spell, the length of time for efficacy changes based on targeting versus full body, and or the effects of having to concentrate on a spell also has an effect. But if like it's being cast by an external source or an object, it seems to have like a slower degradation versus if a spellcaster has to focus on it, then it might abruptly drop. There is some muddling on the topic, if nothing else. But it definitely implies that either an abrupt vanishing of these traits is either because concentration was broken, the spellcaster responsible was interrupted in some way that they needed to be maintaining it, or the amount of magic that was around to fuel it had been subtracted abruptly. Or interrupted abruptly. Not just subtracted, but like the flow was breached. Third instance of downtime.
She wants to get with Chanor and maybe Snipps about the Lorda, like returning the box to Lorda.
Cool.
She wants to, to get a game plan there because she knows Snipps isn't going to be so keen on going back to Lorda, but she still wants to include him in the conversation.
So the downtime would be the actual step of doing so. So we'll say that like this, you setting up the game plan or the invitation is a small thing that can happen between you three right now. We'll just say you guys get the invitation of intention. Snipps, do you want to attend the return?
Probably not. It's still a little bit too fresh for that.
Chanor.
Chanor also thinks it's going to be rough, but has methods, or at least ideas of methods, that involves us interacting with as little as possible. Also, I have the transport, like probably the best transport to do it in, so I think I should go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, summary, yes.
Okay, so you guys are going to share a downtime to return the seed pod. So we'll actually address this more directly when it is Chanor's turn. At the end, we'll do that as your third downtime thing, and then we can role play out if as needed.
Sorry for stealing one of your downtime slots.
That's fine. I was
mean,
debating what I wanted to do anyways.
that's why I didn't want to like make the presumption that like you talking to them was the downtime thing. So
yeah,
because it shouldn't be. But one of them chose to go with you. That's a different thing.
Okay.
So Snipps, you have 3 slots. What is your first?
My first would be generally just checking in on Hilda and see both how she's doing with the whole blighty thing, and also if she's made any advances with the wyvern egg, and possibly help her with that.
Cool. So you pop in a couple times, and one time specifically, you like found a window where you can have more of a direct conversation and talk on side stuff, not like directly help with something that was already happening when you walked in. But you guys actually have some social time. You catch up. When you say you want to go into the blight stuff, give me a little bit closer of a guide on that.
Basically, she said that while it is all very interesting and strange what we saw with that now not so fishy anymore guy, that's not really her area of expertise, but earlier she got some of those necrotic tumors from Chanor and was planning to do some research and to look into those things and what exactly those things are, how they behave under certain circumstances, how to hopefully best get rid of them, something like that.
And I think Chanor also had an intention of using a slot to follow up on that too. Okay, so we're going to overlap those also. Was there anything else with Hilda that you wanted to do?
I mean, yeah, the checking
said
in
something
on,
else.
the wyvern egg.
The
Just
wyvern
because
egg.
it's been a while since she got that, so I just
Well,
wanted to
3
see
weeks.
whether or not something came out of that yet.
Okay, we're going to actually pull those all into the same conversation because now they're all related.
Very nice.
So yes, we'll save that for Chanor's second slot, and the Lord of Visit will be the third slot. What is your second slot, Snipps?
My second slot would be to basically go around to the gosh, if I want to buy something from the alchemists or churches services they provide, like for example pickled jalapeno, which replenishes mana points, would that be a slot, or is that just something I can say I want to go there and buy that?
Yeah, that's just something that you can do on like that's a short errand. That's not downtime is like 4 to 8 hours of time eaten up as a result of like a specific thing you want to make sure that you spend time on. Yeah.
In that case, that actually shifts some things around.
Cool. And also, I'll come back if anyone. I realized I have not been asking about shopping. So if anyone wants to do any shopping, take note, and I will come back and we'll wrap up with that.
In that case, I would like to visit the library and do the special research option, because I assume that that's not really something that is going to be over in one go. It is permanent additional feed of your choice, only one PC.
Yeah, that is. I think with Chanor, you had to do, was it 2 or 3 research sessions to get the boost?
I think it was 3. I ended up having to do.
Okay. Yeah. You have to use 3 separate downtimes, then you get a permanent boost to your to a stat, either proficiency or experience, expertise.
Oh no. that's the specialization. Special research is permanent additional feat of your choice. That's the one below that. Not 15 but 20 gold.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Well, 4 still should have translated. 4 slots of, so it does
Okay.
take a significant amount of time. Yeah.
Okay, good. In that case, I'm going to use one of my slots for the first one of that.
Cool.
Third one. Well, actually, if shopping is just a simple errand and doesn't require a slot, then I'm going to use 2 slots for the special research.
So the shopping doesn't take time. Special research takes time because it's basically like
Okay.
doing a special. It's like going to a class for a few weeks that teaches you a thing. Like it is
Yeah.
dedicated.
Okay. I'm going to use 2 of my slots for the special research thing.
Okay. Which thing are you? Oh, so that's both your next 2, right? I see.
Genau, that's both of my next 2.
Cool. All right, then that is simple enough without having need to roleplay it out.
Should I
Can I
tell
ask
you?
what?
Oh yeah.
You don't have to, but I'm curious if you are fine announcing it currently. And you could change your mind later. Like I'm not going to marry you to this if you say a thing now.
Yeah, in that case, I think it's best to not say it as of yet.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, you go to the library, you get pointed at the right books, and you start doing some research and probably find someone in town who knows a little bit more about it and starts like trying to specialize in a specific activity of some kind. Cool. And that totally put that in the wrong slot, which is why I confused myself. Chanor, aside from Hilda and Lorta, what would you like to do with your time?
I am, especially as a little bit of prep for Lorta, potentially. Also, just to commemorate Ave a little more, I'm going to work on the wagon a little more as a downtime slot. I know I got it back to like even keel last time, so it's like basically how we wanted it. I like to I don't have specifics. I'd like to make some improvements on it, but I don't have specifics drawn up in my brain at the moment of what I want to do.
Is it are you thinking in terms of travel proficiency, the split use proficiency, or in its ability to like hold thing, like is it a practical or a like flavor boost?
I want to say with Chanor, it's usually practical, I think.
Cool.
So it's probably a practical thing.
So here's what I'm going to ask you to keep track of this. You now have what I'm going to call 3 prep slots. So in a situation where the cart would be related to the moment, I will give you 3 times that you can flashback to something that you like chose to spend this time putting into the system.
Gotcha.
So if you suddenly have a realization of a use that you would have liked but you couldn't think of it at the time, and it becomes apparent in the moment, you can flashback and retcon the fact that it's in there.
Cool. That sounds good. So yeah, I'm just making the improvements to make it a little better, a little more. The one thing I'd like to do is, I don't know if this is a separate thing, is I do want to like go bug Snipps and be like, hey, do you have any like herbs or anything or spices, something that just like would last for a while to be kind of like an incense or just like a scent to like put into the wagon to just make it a little more pleasant for everybody or anybody who's in there.
And even if you didn't know this off of the cooking side, you definitely know it off the Hilda side, so absolutely free information.
I mean, I guess lavender just comes to mind as the obvious thing. We have some in the back garden, just a little pot.
Could I get a small spruce of a couple things just to, make it a little
get
more...
a nice little potpourri blend with a lavender focus.
Yeah. I'm going to use 2 more downtime slots to just really up that scent game.
Yeah, for anyone who's doing. The flashback thing is something I've stolen from Blades in the Dark, which is a different system of role-playing game where they have, instead of having to know exactly what you're prepping for because it's all infiltration stuff, they always give you the option to like flashback to like different things that could have happened based on a certain metric. You can do it a certain amount of times. I love the mechanic.
It's great.
I love finding ways to pepper it into D&D.
It's great. It is a very good one.
Yeah, because again, it goes back to that whole, like, I don't expect you to lift a rock. You don't have to know your entire plan ahead of time. If I know you're trying to prep, we can definitely just hand wave it as a, like, flashback thing. Easy enough, and it makes things more fun on the spot.
Cool.
Cool. Alright, so let's go into the hill to visit with Snipps and Chanor. You two pop over to see how the research has been going. Snipps, you had the lead on that technically, so I will let you open up the discussion, and then Chanor, you can go in for the technical follow-ups after.
So Snipps is just arriving at the shop, and as usual, has some of the new baked goods, the fresh ones from the day, just like he usually does when he comes by, and just looks around, sees Hilda at the back of the shop, and is just going to ask, "Oh, hi. Just wanted to see how you're doing, and also whether or not you either need some help or some assistance, or have some new knowledge of both those little tumor thingies Jaina brought you, but also that wyvern egg you got some time ago, if you sort of progressed with that or figured something out about that."
So first she's just like, "Oh, and you brought baked goods again. I keep telling you, you can bring the day olds. Like, I'm not that picky, but I appreciate it." No, yeah, I've done some comparisons. Chanor gave me a lot more samples to compare and contrast, so that's been super useful. The wyvern egg, I've gotten some really interesting stuff going with that. So, and she like takes you back, leaves a couple of the assistants up front, and goes into a room. And I need both of you to roll me a perception check.
Nice. 17.
Nat 20, I think -1.
Ooh.
-1, so 19.
So Snipps and you both notice a little bit of like concerned glances between the employees, and as you're like, okay, that's a little odd, and you're heading back and following Hilda, you hear Chanor, one of them whisper to the other, like, "Should we be letting anyone else go back there? Like, it seems it's already weird that she's..." And then you just like, that's when it cuts out. But you guys get back there, and there's like the samples are kind of separated, and there's like little notes laid out, like a little scroll in front of each that has different notes. They're very well spaced out, so there's not any chance of cross-contamination. Everything's got like a little bell jar over it. She has like a few mounted magnifying glasses in front of each one for different effects, and like the lenses, at a glance you can tell that like this one works off of normal like magnification. This one has some sort of potentially spiritual or magical filter that is allowing you to identify stuff through, etc. And off to the side is the wyvern egg, which has a different hue to it. You can't quite put your finger on it, but you know that it was a nice speckled, like brown spot on a like eggshell fucking eggshell is a technical type of white, but eggshell it's like a off-white, kind of yellowish white. And now it's yeah, and now it's a lot more robin's egg blue, and the speckles have become more of a like violet color. And do either of you need to roll a history check or anything to see what you remember from what you had learned about them ahead of time?
Probably me, because I
for the hell
personally
of it,
don't.
I'm going to do it.
Yeah, I personally don't remember some details.
You didn't learn a lot about them. Okay, so yeah, we'll say that
17.
like we definitely remember, and you remember enough. But what you both remember is that Wyvern Eggs had a lot of alchemical and magical applications, and Snipps, what you blatantly remember is it had the ability to absorb certain types of magic.
Oh no.
But he is very excited and very just like, okay, hey, come look at this. And like shows you different filtrations of the different lenses over the different samples, how the Blight liquid gives off this sort of teal spectrum reflection or light refraction, while the actual tumor or the festering sample has more of like a fume of a similar color coming off of it when it comes through a magical lens. Yes.
I suppose China has given her at least one or multiple of those little light condensed vials.
Oh, I'm gonna presume yes.
Yeah,
Unless you have a reason not to have.
No, yeah, I'd rather give it to the alchemists than try to.
I kind of forgot you had that.
Screw with them myself. Yeah, I have the.
Okay, yeah, just making sure.
Yeah, I have all the different percentile vials as well. So.
Okay. I will also at this point retroactively make it canon that when you were using magical detection, that you guys thought enough to like look at the blight tainted water, look at the concentrated blight, and look at magic. So you are very well aware that that kind of teal energy bleed does seem to be the magical signature of blight for Elle's purposes. So yeah. And so yeah, she's comparing and just being like, oh yeah, the concentration really has this effect. And I've done like I've put like samples on this flower here, and you can see that the flower has kind of like turned almost iridescent in its own sense. The petals have grown a lot bigger, but it's nice and contained. And as this starts, you see the flower head kind of like turn towards you guys.
Is that something that flower does?
No, that's new.
Gotcha.
She's excited about it.
An alchemist getting to play with this stuff? Hell yes, she's excited about it. This is Christmas. How scientists kill the universe.
Just for fun, yeah, she's going full Dr. Jekyll on this. Just for fun,
Bomb. This is fine.
how teal is that robin's egg blue looking?
It's still just robin's egg blue. Like it is a nice light powder blue. Sorry, again, robin's egg blue is a technical color, but it's close to a powder sky blue color. Yeah.
Okay. No, just so Hilda, have you tried treating that wyvern's egg with concentrated blight stuff, or why has it changed colors?
No. I have, and she like kind of lifts it up, and you see that there's like different combinations of crystals, some herbs, and a small dish of red liquid underneath. And she like lists out the stuff, and you basically understand that she is doing an augmented version of an old Philosopher's Stone side shoot project, which is kind of taking an egg itself and trying to make it a form of concentrated magic in a way that either supplants health and or magical essence.
You're trying your hand on the Arcanum again.
I mean, if you get your hands on a wyvern egg where they're already predisposed to sucking up this type of stuff, it just seemed natural. The chicken egg stuff failed every time, but this I feel like has a chance.
Is it still going to be like a living wyvern, or is it just being like an energy source or a source of magic at this point?
Oh no, I don't think it was fertilized. I'm not. And you realize that she has not considered that at all.
We gotta hydrate.
And use it.
We also got to stretch a while back, and I did stretch.
That was me. I did that right during break. Question then, out of curiosity, are you trying to fuse very specific magics to it right now, or are you just generally like giving it all forms of energy that can?
No. this combination of ingredients is very specific. It's supposed to promote, it's supposed to activate different reservoirs of naturally forming magic within biological ecosystems. So individual people's bodies. Basically, I'm hoping if I can imbue the egg with enough of it, I can then extract the yolks and create a concoction that, if drank, will basically act as a... The Philosopher's Stone is supposed to grant everlasting life and access to an untappable or an unexhaustible reservoir of magical power, in theory. This should be a concentrated, smaller version of the same thing if I can get it to work.
The addition of healing magics help, or would that...
Oh yeah, a couple of these things are definitely healing specific. So the whole point is that it's supposed to rejuvenate and invigorate. But obviously there's a lot of wiggle room there, but I'm working off of like thousands of years of other people's research and trying to like condense it into something that I think is tuned to what should work now, and also like subtracting stuff that obviously they thought was going to work that didn't, or they thought did work and clearly doesn't.
If you...
All that goose spittle on those recipes.
If you need any additional healing energy added to this, let me know. I'm, besides being a mundane form of cleric, I am also a magical healer, and I could potentially add a little bit to this.
I'm gonna presume, Artemis, that at some point you made it clear that you guys now have like spell books and magical access. You're friends enough? Is that something you would have given him?
Me to Chanor, or what do you
You
mean?
to Hilda.
Yeah, I presume so, because Hilda is one of the most important people in Snipps' life. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, she's just sort of like, oh, you know, it never dawned on me that you guys would have different magical specialities. I knew that you and you had told me that you had gotten some magic stuff and a book and some wizard casting potential, and your friends had. I don't think I realized or even considered that you would have different specialties. Yeah, no. And she like wanders around for a minute, and then, oh yeah, and like finds a few specific crystals, and it's like, if you could charge some of these with a healing spell cast of some kind, that would be fantastically useful. I can add them to the concoction underneath, and it would definitely bolster by giving a magical anchor point in a way that these are all ambient, and this would be focused. Yeah, there's no downside here, I don't think. It's kind of that way that like you're talking to an engineer or a scientist about a half-baked idea, and they're like clearly still working it out in their head, but they've concluded it's probably fine, but you can still, their eyes are rattling around in their head, but they're still checking other outcomes, but they mostly should be fine, but now they're working their way out from center.
AI is fine. All AI is fine. It doesn't matter. It's all going to come out great.
Oof, don't get me started. I have a whole rant ready for that one.
Skynet? What's Skynet?
I don't even need to go into sci-fi. I've been working for too many startups lately.
So, I'm going to ask her if she has 4 different versions of this item that she wants me to supplant magic in.
Yeah. She probably has about a dozen, but yeah, she's just like, yeah, there's a couple of crystals, so yeah, just charge up. If you have 4 different types, charge 4 of them, and that'd be great.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do a Spare the Dying, which is technically a cantrip, and then I'll do a Healing Word into 1, which is 1st level, and then a Healing Spirit, which is a 2nd level, and then a Aura Vitality, which is 3rd level. So that way there's like different levels of potency.
Yeah.
I don't know if that matters, but I'm gonna be like, here's different levels, so you can carefully test it.
And as she like checks them under different lenses, you see that like the Spare the Dying is this sort of like stable, clean orb of magic is kind of rated it out to a certain degree. The healing one is just sort of like radiant in a way. This Healing Spirit has like a flame-like energy of motion to the magical aura around it, whereas the other one has like sort of spiked angular glares of magic that are coming off of it. Like very different applications, but the energy is clearly identical. It's just different ways that it manifests to outcome.
Yeah. What's
Artemis?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's Snipps trying to say?
I mean, I don't have those kind of spells, but I can create some kind of, well, I guess some kind of healing concoction, if that helps to you. I mean, it is a
I have plenty, but I do
spell.
appreciate it. Oh, you have a
Just
different.
figured I'd
Oh,
mention it.
is it different than the stuff I've taught you?
I mean, it seems to kind of lose its properties after roughly a day or so, but yeah, I'd say kind of.
Okay, yeah. Show me one of those. And she like
Okay,
gets a like spongy sort of like plant ready. Be like, okay, and I can dip this into whatever he makes, and then I can just add that to it.
Okay, and Snipps is just going to spin his hands around and cast Healing Elixir at first level, and creates this little vial of reddish liquid with a light purple tint to it.
It's a
Here
little
you go.
jar, and it's just gonna like. Yeah. No, that is definitely. That is a summoned thing. That is not even ingredients. That is fascinating. It doesn't even have speckled particles in it of any kind. And then she like opens it back up and like takes basically a mushroom that has like a spongy texture and like dunks it in. It's just like, yeah, we're gonna add you to this little basket over here.
Just for clarity, because last time you said because of whatever blight thingy had happened to Snipps, first level spells currently don't cost me mana. Has that changed in any way over the week?
Nope, you are actually it's beyond that, but we'll get to that if it comes up. So yeah, you're
Oh,
still
that's fun.
lead. No taxation, but I will as a result. And I hadn't gotten there yet, but Chanor, I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Cool. I've been doing real bad.
As Philosopher's Stone implodes.
This is the interesting question now, because if he scores high, then it's gonna redirect to absorb from somewhere else.
10.
Okay, no, that is gonna put you at risk. It's not a full suck, but you are going to lose 2 of your hit die, so you get that little dizzy spell again.
Did I regain them, the ones from before, right? So.
Oh yeah. I'm assuming it's a few days since, yeah.
Yeah,
You still get them all back on a short or on a long rest.
Cool.
Excuse me, hiccup.
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't at 1 now.
Oh no.
But I will note that like while you felt the weird pull, and you kind of look around after, and like Snipps is very occupied and Held is very occupied. Like Hilda doesn't seem very phased either, but as she's like doing different things, and she like settles the egg back on, and then just kind of like puts a hand on it and just sort of like closes her eyes and think and like seems to be muttering something to herself. You feel a second lesser version of it. You don't lose a hit die this time, but you feel that tug on you in the same way. You're just like, I'm just still dizzy. It's fine. But like, yeah.
Gotcha.
This is that 3rd time.
It is. I'd rather it.
It is a 3rd time.
I want it to be a 3rd time where both me and Quillz are there, because I think that it's a lot easier to put it together when 2 people are like, Also, me being outnumbered by the blight enthusiast is not a fun situation.
This is true. I wouldn't necessarily say enthusiast in terms of Snipps. It's just, yeah, that's interesting. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're using it enthusiastically.
You and Held at the moment are definitely
that's what you
adjacent.
Oh. We're blight sympathizers.
After we like helped her.
Blight curious? Is that a thing? Can we do blight curious?
Yeah, blight curious. We should make some really.
Only if you call it blight curious.
We need some interesting shirts from this arc.
Blight curious needs to be one.
I like it.
Polymorpheus. Anyways.
Polyamory? No, it should be polyamory crossed out polymorph.
Is after we help her do whatever she's doing for her Philosopher's Stone, yes, does she have things to show us related to or us helping her out with the research of the samples?
She does sort of like walk you through, aside from like showing you all this other stuff also shows you all the different spectrum outcomes of the samples, like the concentration, obviously the radiation, the flame version, the like maybe more vaporific. The two things that are most interesting are that the festering wound seems to like it does have a little bit of a tinge of that type of teal to it, but it is definitely like ambiently always pulling on other magical energies towards it. And it does seem to have grown a little bit since you biopsied it. The biopsy that came from Quillz's bite is a lot more passive and dormant. It is more radiating a little bit of that like blight tinge, but like
Snipps.
not in a strong sense. A snip, sorry, not in a strong sense. And I can't honestly. You two confuse your names. I confuse your names. It's the literal like letter, double letter that is screwing everything up.
My bad.
But yeah. So it is like a far less gracious version of the infection where like the festering one is definitely pulling in magical stuff and self-replicating in a cancerous style, whereas Snips's bite is like just wounded and doesn't seem to have its own natural draw attached to it.
Have you found any decent solution to either nullifying or canceling, like, and points out like the cancerous one, canceling effects like these?
So I made these two solutions, and like clearly misunderstanding your use of the term versus her use of the term. She's like shaking around these little liquids. She's like, and they haven't had a great effect yet. I still think they're feeding off it. It has had some effect on the concentrate in an interesting way, and she like puts a drop of one and a drop of other, and they do seem to cancel each other out in a weird way. But she's like, yeah, in terms of these are the only two solutions I've been able to like dial down to. It doesn't seem to penetrate whatever the cellular reactivity that's happening in this like growing version is. But the other one, I put it on a smaller version. I like take a couple bits off and put a drop on that, and like it sort of evaporates and doesn't seem to interact directly. I'm not sure. Like, I think biologically, once it's interacted or infected a cell, it's somehow less able to. I think it's harder to get it out once it's in a cell. I think that's the problem.
So what exactly did you pour into that other droplet of concentrated stuff that cancels it out?
The same solutions. The solution, so it's just that when it's in its raw form and it's liquid and not in a living ecosystem, it doesn't have the same guards that a living ecosystem has, where it has a semi-permeable membrane of different concentration, where like dealing with liquid, having particulates in a liquid is going to be very different than having particulates in a cell that has a wall and actually like has a response network to that.
Yeah, I get that, but you just said that you put a droplet of that concentrated stuff and a droplet of another solution, and those two things kind of canceled each other out. Did you not?
Oh, no. So I have my solutions here. I have two of them. And one definitely causes a lot of the ambient staining liquid of the concentrate to dial off, and you see there's like a little bit of resin left over, but like it seems to evaporate the extraneous elements and turn it into like a very focal piece of rock that is one less able to affect its environment, but also a concentrated version of the same problem. The other one sort of like eats it away like an acid, where they seem to like actually both evaporate, making whatever is causing this to be a blight magical effect, like it is losing its own consistency or self-coherence and sort of like evaporating entirely.
So currently just fun to just notice, but not really something to go against it. Gotcha.
Yeah, like if we could make a serum that could be injected into people off of the one that does one or the other, you can either get it to like solidify within the cells, which might kill the person, but like might be a growth that you can actually like physically pull off of them.
Remove.
Whereas the other obviously could evaporate, but that could also like dehydrate and or like suck the soul out of a person. I don't know how this works with biological structures yet.
Nope, that's fair. If this is their forms in a solid state and a liquid state, is there also specifically a gas state that you found?
Only in this passive observation of like the festering one kind of having a sort of vapor output that's happening. It doesn't seem to be of a potency that is detrimental to anything around it. Like I've put some of these plants near it and they've been fine. Whereas like that plant over there, not the one that turned to earlier, but a different one, that I've added some of the concentrate to that specifically, and like that one is like writhing around and kind of like snipping at random stuff that it can't reach.
What a charming little bugger.
Now imagine using plant growth on that thing. It's just...
I dare you.
Giant Venus flytrap.
We're gonna go full.
A mean green mother from outer space.
I
Jumanji?
forgot the name of the musical.
Oh, Little Shop of Horrors?
Little Shop of Horrors?
Thank you, Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah, as I said, mean green mother from outer space.
And I was gonna say Steve Martin, not Rick Moranis. Like I was way off book.
Yeah, no, that's
Wrong,
real different. Okay.
So different.
Or we could do Plants vs. Zombies, just IRL.
My God.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
I'm not.
I'm
into it.
Hilda, just a curiosity. We'd like to see if there is a center point, a focus, an origin of any of this. Are you getting like environments that could have been born or like help fester or make anything like this? I understand it's not completely in your peer review, but any type of additional information is helpful.
Oh shoot, how do I want to do this? I can roll her own. No, I want you guys to roll this. I want to have you and Snipps and Quillz, actually, all three of you, because you would have provided research information if nothing else. I want each of you to roll me either a history, arcana, or an intelligence saving throw, whatever you feel is the most appropriate and or highest, I'm guessing. But still.
Saving throw check.
Saving throw. For if it's intelligence general.
Oh, okay.
But I'm looking for a like average is what I'm hoping for.
I'm going to use one of my no, it's not called portent rules, chrono shifts to reroll that. Because
yeah, like feel free to use whatever you want for advantage,
fine.
because I will say if I'm looking for an average, we can all assume this is a big deal at the moment.
Yeah.
20.
Okay.
20.
I got a 22. Do you want to know what kind of roll it was, or is it just all going to add together?
It's all I'm gonna add it together and then divide it by 3 and see what the general average was.
A 10 for me because the first one was a 5, the second one was a 1.
Take a 17.
There we go.
On the die. And then add whatever the
Portent has paid off.
So yeah, take a 17 on the die and add whatever else you have to it. Snipps.
What is your bonus?
17 plus 5 is 22.
Perfect. So that will get
very nice.
20, 22, and 22. That's going to put you at 22 to 21. So yeah, we're going to call it 22. And
nice.
We will say that in her research, she's like, oh yeah, no, like the same way that the blight seems to suck towards magic. Like these are basically, they work like magnets. Like they pull towards one another. They're trying to consolidate into one central location. Hold on. Let's see here. I have trouble pinpointing like where each sample biologically has a relationship to, but I might be able to if you give me some time and like does that thing that smart people who can't always communicate what they're seeing in their heads do and starts like working while muttering incomplete sentences. And after about 20 minutes, Snipps, you first start to realize what's happening, where she is like putting together an equation of the right combination of ingredients to make a solution variant that kind of hovers into, like, she's basically making something where there's an orb and it's filled with the solution that, or a variation on the solution that either consolidated or evaporated the blight, but then closes it off so the blight has no place to go. It gets pushed down to a central point, and then as she holds it, it like draws towards things in the room in like different densities, and she's like, this should essentially magnetize towards whatever the strongest blight source, either closest to you or like in the direction closest of a blight incident should be. I won't help you, like, if you're in the middle of town and there isn't any blight there, and then the closest blight issue is like a mile away, you might have some trouble pinpointing, but like if you know a general spot you're going to, this should help you like walk into the biggest blight source in that area.
So
So
this
it's
is
just-
essentially the
it's
blight
just-
version of Captain Jack Sparrow's compass.
Or just
Yes.
a magnet.
It's essentially a blight meter.
Yeah.
Blight meter.
Nice.
Lightometer.
Lightometer.
That is kind of what you were hoping for. Yes, something
Trademarked.
Lightometer by Blanco.
God.
By Hildeco.
Yeah. No, I was wondering if she would be able to help me like pinpoint on a map based on like whatever type of variables, but that's just as helpful and something that we can also do. So either way works.
I can be even better.
Yeah. Well, I figured with her expertise with like, I don't know, minerals and stuff, she could figure out, would be like, oh, well, this is obviously like mainly graphite from Bliss, but from
Like
this.
definitely, yeah.
But like,
definitely that Sherlock thing of being like, oh, this specific tobacco only grows in this field.
yeah, like crazy stupid stuff like that. But I will take up lightometer.
Hold on.
Can she enhance the image?
The zero sugar Coca-Cola Starlight does have a bit of a cotton candy taste to it.
Oh,
See, that's
I'm
what
so sorry.
that's what I keep hearing, and why I want to try it.
I like it. It makes me really happy. This is fantastic.
I'm glad you're happy.
I like cotton candy.
That's so specifically phrased. I'm glad that you're happy.
How Quillz feels about hot chocolates, how Elle feels about cotton candy.
The tone and delivery gives me the flashback to like near the end of my relationship when I couldn't quite tell that it was going wrong. I lost the relationship.
Sorry. That was
I'm
also
glad
sassy.
you're happy.
I am apologizing
it's okay.
sincerely.
That was more gloom comedy for the audience more than actual gloom comedy in myself.
Well, I was apologizing because my first sorry sounded extremely not genuine at all.
That is fair.
So I didn't apologize for my delivery of the sorry.
Oh gosh, I can't remember what I was watching recently, but I was watching something where like somebody didn't understand somebody else's sarcasm, and then afterwards was like, "Oh, fine then." Sorry. Oh, fine then. It's okay. They just had to like recorrect after being triggered into accidentally sarcasming. Anyway.
Chasming.
Sarcasming. It is when you create a chasm of sar.
Of sar. I have a story, but I'm not
I
going to go
find
into
your
it
lack
right
of
now.
SAR disturbing.
Gets into the sarcasm black pit. Anyway.
Happy May the 4th, guys.
Happy May the 4th. So, we have any other big moving parts for this interaction?
Yeah, Hilda, by the way, just because you're also currently doing some more research into the healing aspects, apparently, do you still have some of those candies that seem to...
Oh my
That
god,
actually looks nasty.
that is so red.
I was not expecting this to be red. I like saw that on the edge of the cup and needed to check, but like, yeah, Starlight is a... Oh, I can't do it. Hold on. I can see that it's red.
Look at the viscosity.
We can too.
Yeah, we
Do
can
the...
as well.
Oh, that is...
That's a nice...
That looks like It looks like NyQuil.
That looks like a nice blood substitute. Anyways.
That looks like defroster.
I love my sugar-free cola, and you will not deter me.
Deterring you, just confused at the
Don't worry.
color.
Yeah. So, Hilda, do you still have some of those candies lying around that sort of help people with their temporary ailments?
I'm
Out
guessing
of
you're referring to
out of
something I did-
character,
Thank you.
candied espresso and spiced poultice.
Oh, I only vaguely recall this at all. Do you have any more tangible thing you can remind me of, or like
Yes.
if I just say yes, then you
the
tell me what it's supposed
alchemist
to do?
sells magic concoctions. Battle medicine is not a replacement for actual medical care.
On the map
Candid
page.
espresso is 0.5 gold pieces, each to add 10 temp HP, 2 in stock per day, and spiced poultice is 1 gold per piece, applied to wound to soothe damage, turning temp HP into HP, 2 in stock per day.
Fun fact, the spice poultice is literally just a honey poultice with cayenne pepper. But yes, so she's like, oh yeah, no, I definitely have a few lying around. And for the points
Because
of this
nothing
being
says
time, and because you have a few days between now and whenever your next actual adventure is going to be, I will say, and especially because you have a personal relationship with her, you can either get half off of 3 or freebie of 1 each. So 3 each, half off, 1 each freebie.
Wait, so either half of 1 or a freebie of 1 each, right?
So if you only want 1 of each for yourself, or just to like have on
I
hand
would
as
like to
backup, she
take
will just
3 of
she
each.
will just give you that. If you want 3 of each, 1 for each of you of each of them, so 6 items total, that'll be 50% of the normal cost because she knows you and you have a history.
Okay, in that case, I would like to take that, please.
Okay.
Um,
That's what I figured. I just wanted to
but
give you the option for like selfish free.
yeah.
I like
No,
testing the players to see what
after
their
what
moral compass
happened
looks like.
with Ave, Snipps is very much in the I will make sure that something like that never happens again. And if I have
Cool.
to spend some money on it, good. I will absolutely do that. So in theory, that would be 450, so 225 gold pieces of 3 of
Vinny,
each.
did you have any final image or final information or actions needed?
Check out the egg. Can I run any sort of check on the egg to see if it is living, in the sense that there is an actual embryo or something in there?
If you can pitch me something you can do that might have that capacity, I'll go with it. But without Elle here to like try a magical detection or something else, I don't know what I can do for you.
Or just knowing what a fertilized egg looks like.
Me
Snipps, you
player
also,
would
Snipps,
have
you
an
can also
idea.
argue of presuming that you guys like whisper to each other something real quick. I'm fine with that if you want to pitch me something.
Do you have any strong light you could shine right behind it so you could probably see through the shell? I know that
you're
works
asking
with.
Hilda?
Hilda's
Just
got light.
asking it into the room because I know that works with, for example, chicken eggs or something like that. I don't know how strong the eggshell of an actual wyvern egg is, so that might be a little difficult, but it's worth a shot.
I have not had any luck yet, and she like has a crystal that she like pours in a liquid on, and it like fucking sunspot in the room. You guys have to cover your eyes for a second. Like
could
walks
have
around
warned
the other
us
side.
before.
I don't think of how anyone else being here, and like puts it down behind the
It's
egg,
okay.
and it's just
all good.
pitch black. Like there's nothing getting through this shell.
Yep.
I would say an argument against fire. This is just an aside. If
Elder
it
would
is
never
in fact,
allow it.
this is in fact, if it is in fact a fertilized egg, that would just serve as an incubator.
I hadn't even thought of that, but that's good.
So maybe don't maybe this from far away. Don't do fire.
From across town, you hear the slight echo of "Don't do fire" in the air.
I heard.
Both of you take 1d4 psychic damage for even considering it.
I couldn't hear the first word. It sounded like "do fire." I don't know what the first word was though.
It was pretty
I
tough to hear.
I'm not sure, but I mean, even if it hatches one day and Hilda is successful, you have a living, breathing philosopher's stone.
Would it just be
And
a
I've seen that
philosopher
anime.
wyvern?
I just wanted to know. I am curious about life, and I don't know. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, I get that, but and Snipps is going to just lower his voice so that Hilda does not directly hear us. But I've also gotten the I think sometimes it's okay to not know something.
It hasn't felt like it,
Oh, if Quillz was there, she'd be arguing.
but I see your point, Snipps.
It's just that ignorance can be bliss sometimes. And not in a lot of cases, but just occasionally.
Every detective's mantra: ignorance is bliss.
Oh god.
Look,
For
we could
legal
find the murderer,
reasons.
but wouldn't you be happier not knowing?
No, I think I'm all set with Hilda. We found out a decent amount of information and ways to kind of sleuth other things out. I'm trying to think if there's anything we missed. The egg that we sent her, they got here. Things are working. Samples, we figured some stuff out. I'm a little worried about that one that's growing, but...
I'm worried about the plant that's looking at me.
Less worried about that. The giant growth that is slowly getting bigger. I want to just roll a check for my own mental sanity. Yeah. Nope. I don't know enough to care, apparently. Next time I come here, when it's like the size of a homunculus or something, I might care.
Cool. Alright. Then we shall jump ahead to Lorta. So, you and or Chanor and Quillz, you're on your little excursion to not to diminish it. You're on your excursion to Lorta to return the seed capsule. And presuming, are you just going on foot? Are you on your steeds? Are you taking the cart?
I'm going to actually ask Quillz about that. Quillz, I think we either need to... We don't have to take the cart. I think it provides cover if anything bad happens again. But also we could just take one of our steeds or both of our steeds. We could do that.
I think if they can see us coming, they might be a little bit more receptive.
Really? Because they saw us coming the entire way, and that did not help.
Let me put it this way: if they could, like in the cart, they couldn't see who.
They're gonna probably remember the giant goat.
They could remember the giant goat. Yeah, unless we use my steed, in which case it.
Well, we can use mine until we get close, and then switch to yours just for an actual approach.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, so I want to. I see the conversation. I just want to get by the end of this, I want a final verdict of which of your steeds is going in. If you think a fresh steed is a better option, or a familiar one is. So continue.
Okay, so I will say, Quillz was never perceived as a threat. So, Quillz's face might be deemed friendly.
I mean, I could also just let Bandage go in with the thing in his mouth and just say, find a person in charge. I can see up to 100 feet, so that gives us plenty of wiggle room where we can walk closer, have Bandage go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, the benefit of the cart is, like, we could bring the cauldron again, but, like, and just be like, we have food!
Question, Griff, that just because we haven't really talked about that item at all. Do we technically have access to the cauldron? Is it like normally just sitting at the marigold and we could use it for a day if we just like ask Snipps or something? Or
so last I understood, it was still as part of the cart. If at I'll leave it to Snipps' discretion. Would you have brought that into the actual tavern, or is that something that would have stayed in the cart?
Snipps would have probably brought it into the tavern, even if it's just because it is a potentially very valuable item, and he wouldn't want it to just be standing around.
Okay.
But I mean, it's in the tavern, but it's not like he'll have anything against it if they want to borrow it for a trip or something like that.
Okay. So yeah, we could bring the cart, park the cart out of the village this time, and then try a slower approach, less aggressive. Not even the word to use.
If we send Bandage in first and they seem receptive and they're like, whoa, where'd you come from? Who gave you this? And they're like, yes.
Who was the person who talked to Josepha about what she saw in that moment?
I believe it was
Me
Snipps and I.
Those two.
Okay, so if it was you two, I will note that she had a speculation that should have stuck with you, that it was the perception of magic without explanation that may have triggered their paranoia.
So, there's also, because we have magical items, and bandage is magical.
Yeah, that's a weird area. How does bandage count as that now? Because he's technically a celestial creature, but then also I guess magic, but then also drank some magic. There's a lot of weird things with this goat.
Oh yeah, it's all over the place.
So like if Quillz like the day before just like takes a look at bandage using detect magic, what's the read we get off of it?
So you will see the normal, like, whatever color spectrum ties to your spell casting, then also a hint of, what is it going to be, evocation? No, conjuration. And then there is a hint of blight, but it's definitely not pervasive or like the default. But at that point, you can also sort of conclude that if the people were responding based on their own detect magic, that they didn't have a difference of understanding. They just saw magic and assumed threat.
So, here's a thought.
Or assumed potential threat. Let's be clear. They gave you guys about 10 minutes before they opened fire.
Times, but
when you guys rolled up, there was conversation, there was chit chat, and then they started shooting.
It was like 2 minutes, Griff. I will argue that time.
From the time that Ave got off the cart to shooting, 2 minutes for sure. For rolling into town, and then that, I will say 5 to 10, but I understand, yes.
Gotcha.
That's an understandable argument. But here's what if we brought the cart, left it outside of town?
Yeah, for sure.
And then what if, like, I went and I left my magical items on the cart with you, and I went by myself, no magic, just me and this box.
You are definitely the safest bet. So if we were going on a solution that involved literally taking 0 magic with us, this is probably the correct solution. As a human being, as a humanoid in this world, I would not want my friend to walk into an entire village that did in fact attack us with literally 0, like, not even like bandage or like anything would feel awful. I'm not gonna question you if that's the choice you decide to make, because you know how your situation ended with them, but it doesn't feel good in Chanor's bones.
It just feels the safest, based on how they acted last time and how they are likely to react again, based on the effects of last time to magic again. If one of us just rolls up there lacking magic at all, they'll be way more receptive, and I think they'd be more receptive to my face than your face.
Definitely.
Just because I was actively being like, "You want food? Here you go."
So how about
God.
how about we arrive? I'm gonna unhitch Gauze, because if I see something going bad, I'm going to go in there. But until that happens, I'll prep the stew as you deal with the situation. Hopefully we can get some mouths fed this time. If we run into the people we ran into before on the road, maybe we can ask them one more time, be like, hey, we're trying again, and we're going to try real hard to not go into the village this time.
Yes.
And we'll try it your way.
Yeah, that just seems like the safest option. And in that case, like if something does go south, you can have my magic items on you, so that when you do make it to me, you can just be like, here you go.
Oh no, everyone's gonna die around you if I have to do this again. I'm so sorry, but I'm not letting that happen again.
No, I meant like you having my like bookmark.
No, I'm not. You're not even gonna need a magical item by the time I'm done. It's fine.
I do have to ask, are you also going to leave your spell book behind?
Leave the spell book. Well, spell books give off auras, correct?
They not the same way, but detect magic, you can tell that it's magic. It just doesn't radiate it the same way. Yes.
It's a magic.
Does it radiate? Like if I use detect magic on it, would it just be like a super small aura?
It's very suppressed. It's enclosed. It's similar to the way that like.
To be fair,
Like
this
if you had a piece of like magical parchment that no spell on it, but it was like enchanted parchment, but you had it enclosed in like other stuff, like you'd kind of be able to see the edges bleed out, but like it's definitely not radiating the same way like a weapon does.
So if it was open, it'd be radiating more, but if it's closed,
very different. Yes.
So related to that, we're trying to give back a magical container. So like, isn't the container we're trying to give back also going to read as a magical aura and probably immediately gets us in trouble anyways?
Question: if I have it out and open, and I'm openly asking questions like, "Hey, I'm looking for the person who has the sister box to this. I would like to return it."
One, it's not like even when you have it out, like yes, it is radiating similarly, but because it is a magical item that, so in my head, magical items are only radiating if they are active. Weapons are always active most of the time, as far as I can concerned. Like they are things that need to be ready to be drawn and used at a whim, so they are always putting out energy. Cloaks, things like that, always active. Magical books, I'm assuming they're suppressed unless like opened up and like exposed to someone's eyes. Something like that, because the magical effect of it is that you need to engage it to open it, and it has a process that is activated to create a effect, the compass aspect, to find its twin. Unless you've activated it, it's minor residual. Like you'd have to be within 15 feet to sense it. Otherwise, like if you activate it for the compass, then yeah, like 60 to 120 depending. But like a weapon, 60 feet's always going to be pretty easy default, even if it's in a sheath, stuff like that.
But if the spellbook is closed and like underneath a big ass sweater.
The thing, like if you just have the book on you but it's closed, like somebody's gonna have to be standing like next to you to be like, you're carrying a magic thing, if they are actively sensing for magic things.
Okay, but they could mistake it for the box that I'm asking for as well.
Or not mistake it for the box specifically, but they could presume that you have something else that if they're paranoid, they might think is a threat. If they're not paranoid, they might just assume it's something else. So yeah, there's wiggle room on each side.
And but my cantrips I don't need the spellbook for.
You do actually any spell that you need to cast that is not that you've memorized that day. You don't need the spellbook in your hands for.
So
the spellbook is a little bit like the library you go to pick out some books, and the spells you have prepared for the day are the books you have currently on your person.
So I could go and I could be like, all right, I could leave the spellbook with you. Have my memorized spells in case some like shit goes down.
Sounds about right. Griff, I don't know if you're
Yeah,
Griff, I don't know if you're freezing or something, but your internet's doing some stuff.
That is weird. I am seeing no issue from the rest of you at all.
I can hear you. I cannot see you, and your camera is at maybe 60p.
Okay. He's leaving. He's coming back.
All right. Here to log out and log back in, then I could hear all of you perfectly.
Cool.
And I could see you all perfectly. Is this any better?
Weird.
You're
it's
moving
a
now.
little.
It's getting better. Yeah.
How much?
Like, I'm not getting any problems on receiving, so it's throwing me off that I'm having problems on uploading.
Probably just Discord being Discord again.
That was me last week.
Yeah.
All right, so I think
where did I get cut off?
We didn't hear you saying anything. So
what was the last thing you did here, just so I don't go back too far?
I think we were just going over the idea a little more about specifics. Basically, I think we're getting to the point where it's just going to be Quillz alone with just the box. I'm going to hold on to her spell book and just let her approach alone.
Okay, so you're holding on to the spell book.
Yeah.
You're not. I think that was the last thing that I was saying, is that I was asking if you were leaving it with Chanor or if you were hiding it somewhere else or stowing it someplace else on the way.
No, keeping it with him. While he's driving this train, I'll be like memorizing, be like, which ones?
Yeah, I forget exactly how wizards work in this context, but yeah, your spell book holds all the spells you could potentially have at the ready. But every morning you have to like pick out the specific ones that you have in mind.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect rituals, obviously, because you can do rituals from the book no matter what. But
yeah, and cantrips I can do.
yes, those are always available.
Those are
But,
quick
like,
edges are always available, so I'll just be in like. Boop, boop, boop.
if you have a spell in the book that isn't prepared that you want to use, you have to use it as a scroll, essentially.
Yeah. No. So that's the game plan.
Okay.
Ready to head out.
Good to
So
go.
the game plan is you guys are going to roll up to a safe distance outside of town border. Then Quillz is going to head up solo, and do the introduction / handoff, and or see about getting the cart and food entered into town without attacking. Awesome.
Mediary.
So
See how much better at this than Avi I am.
We'll find out one way or the other, won't we?
I hope Poppy's watching this.
In terms
I mean,
of
at
the
least
entire
you don't have a
universe,
letter of introduction, so.
on the upside, that's the downside. On the upside, you have never waved goodbye with a crossbow to anybody. Okay, so on the road, you don't come across the previously spotted ambushes that you had. Oh, we lost the Vinny.
Trying to see if it's me. You're pixelating a bit again, but that's all.
He is pixelated.
No, it's
to
on
be
mine
true.
as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is so strange.
That's fine. It works well for a few, and then it does some weird.
Yeah.
But I'm getting
had
audio. So
yeah, no, I'm dead in the city, so like I rarely ever have actual internet issues. This is kind of rare for me. Usually, it's always the incoming that I have problems with. Do you want me to kill my camera for the moment? Would that be helpful?
no, it's getting you'll have a frozen face maybe, but I'm still getting audio clearly, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So you don't run into anything on the road, aside from like passing by anyone else who's just traveling from point A to point B. Nothing of note. But you get to. I don't feel like I need to bring up the map of Florida. I can't imagine this goes that wrong twice. So you get to the outskirts of Florida. I'm assuming you know what safe distance looks like, so I'm never gonna like make you guess at that. But are you walking? So you're leaving your spellbook behind, but you're bringing the seed pod.
I have the seed pod in the case thing.
Cool.
And that's going to be like loose and out so that they can see the one magical item I have is out.
The case is the seed pod. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
So when I say seed pod in the future, you know what I mean.
Thank you.
Pod that holds all the seeds. Yes. Are you activating the seed pod? Because I think just Steffa kind of pointed out how to do that.
No, because it does work as a compass.
It like tracks to the other one, so you would be able to find the person holding the other one.
I think she's gonna try the old school method of like asking questions before activating it, because she doesn't want to like automatically be walking in with like magic blazing.
That's fair, and that is, as the person who created Alira, I understand that entirely. It is for MO to just walk in and be like, "Has anyone seen blah?" instead of actually like any sort of discretion.
Yeah,
and that doesn't always go well.
Like, yeah, she's just gonna, like go up to people that like look like they would know something, and being like, "Hey."
You actually don't have to try that hard. So as you approach, when you guys came last time, you guys were rolling into town. A lot of people weren't really visible, mulling around town. But that one guy kind of stepped out, and he had the axe over his shoulder and like the big cloak and whatnot. And as you were like walking into town, in the distance and about the same spot, a silhouette steps out that is it seems identical from your perspective. Like silhouette, big cloak, big axe. Just that way.
In the distance?
Yeah, you're like 240 feet away. You're a good distance away. You could shout and they would hear you, but like they're safe enough away that you're not expecting them to be able to hit you from wherever you are.
Right. Quill's arms are gonna be like her arm's gonna be loose by her side, but you can tell she's holding like the seed pod in her hand.
Yeah.
But it's like she's not in a threatening position. She's not digging around for anything. She's just walking calmly through town, and she's gonna stop about 20 feet from the person, and she's gonna be
20
like,
feet? Okay.
about 20 feet. Yeah, she's gonna
Yeah.
be like, "Hi, my name is Quillz, and one of I found this seed pod looking thing, and I was wanting to give it back to its owner. If you happen to know who that owner is, that would be much appreciated."
The person sort of like pulls down the cloak and puts the axe blade down on the ground, and you recognize her as the woman who was like helping you help people get food and stuff by the hut. I don't know if you got her name at the time, because I think because
Didn't
of
get
the
her
time jump
name.
we lost a lot of it.
We were working with each other, focused on other
Yeah.
things.
But she was like, "Yeah, no, I remember you. How do you know that's?" Actually, I'm gonna hand wave this. So you said seed pod because I've been calling it seed pod. Do you want to tell her you know there are seeds in it?
I'll tell her. I'll be like, I'm gonna be like, I had to go to Josepha to identify it to see what the significance of it was, and once I realized the significance of it, I wanted to come and return it.
Okay, so in weaving it into conversation, she's just like, "Okay, no, I do remember you helping out that day with all the chaos and everything going on. How do you know that's a seed pod?" Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. She is the one who made it for us. Okay, so you know Josepha.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and like at that, people start mulling around again, and like the town sort of goes back to normal. But you had noticed that like you took those like physical steps, got relaxed, and then like touched something on her hip.
Okay.
And now everyone's just suddenly like back to zero. It's like, yeah, no, like takes the cloak off, puts the axe in the cloak on like a little scarecrow kind of stand off to the side. Just like, no, sorry for the dramatics. We're a lot of problems lately, so we kind of have to. Hopefully, hope the theatrics gave us some headaches. It doesn't always, as you remember.
I do remember. We both lost some people that mean a lot to us in that endeavor, and I apologize for any miscommunication.
Even a local, and you lost people to that too? God, I still don't even know what that was about. Like, the whole thing happened so fast.
I could do my best to explain if you would like, but in the meantime, I do have a friend in a cart out of town, and we have some food that we would like to share. If you would
Oh,
like
yeah,
to
the
help
cart you
with
had
that.
last time.
Yes, we have the same cauldron full of food, can feed approximately 200 mouths.
We'll want to split that up if we can, but like, we still have some food here, but like that'll definitely help.
We could use cups instead of bowls to make it, so that more people can get fed. But we just wanted to come, like as a sign of goodwill, and just to
she
help
like
how
reaches
we can.
to her hip again, and this time because it's the second move, you see that there's like a row of sending stones on the belt, and she like puts her finger on 3 of them specifically, like a piano player. Like she spreads them out like these 2, and then the one on the other side of that one. She's just like, hey, we have someone helping with food here. Can we start like organizing people who are the children and the elderly primary, and then we'll see if anyone afterwards work from anyone in the middle to late age after, and then downwards. The people of healthier younger ages from that 20 to 50, we'll keep that. And she just kind of like mumbles a bunch of commands out that you can clearly hear, but she's just like not speaking to you,
Well,
obviously.
she's not speaking to me, yeah.
Yeah, but she sort of like gives all these instructions quickly, and like in the distance of like 3 different places, you can see like a bunch of people mulling around here and like starting to announce stuff and like tell people and spread the word. And you actually also, as you see all that activity, you see like one of the spellcasters from last time climbing down a ladder off of a big high point.
Yeah, she's gonna wave at him. She's gonna wave.
But yeah, everyone's just sort of like trying to organize this now. She's like, yeah, just send everyone over to the main house, and we'll work from there.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab him, or do you want to send somebody with me to grab him so we can get more of a direction?
No. I mean, you came back to return a thing, and if you're here to help again, then obviously we're not worried about you.
Well, I appreciate that.
whatever...
I will meet you 10-15 minutes just to get the cart and everything ready, and I'll be back shortly.
Yeah.
He goes for Chanor.
Roll me a perception check real quick.
Okay. 16.
That's enough. So she says all that to you. You start to go, and like you take a quick look around again, and you see that spellcaster is like halfway down the ladder. There's like this shift in their shoulders, and they start climbing back up, just in case. Apparently, it's just like we don't have to worry. Please, just to like get back in a lookout position, just to be safe. But it is that
On the
sort of
safe-
like
just be on the safe side. But she's gonna be like, I mean, she understands the precautions. She's gonna, yeah. I mean, she's not gonna say anything. She's just gonna silently go to Chanor and be like, "All good. Let's go feed some folks."
Gotcha. I did look it up. So the Cauldron of Plenty, with 30 gallons, feeds 4 people per gallon. So it's 120 mouths get fed 3 times. So we can feed 360 people.
Even
if you
better
half
than
that,
my.
then it's like half the town flat. Yeah, that's great.
And if we give them cups instead of bowls, it's even.
Yeah, if you half portion it, but I don't know.
Yeah, so before on your first visit there was like a 1,500 population, and now it's probably down to 12. So
hey, we did a good job.
If you split it in halves, then like that is.
I mean, Nicola did.
Thanos would be proud.
If you split the servings in half, you can feed half the town.
There we go.
Like all things should be.
If they let us stay the night, we can also feed the other half of the town the next day.
This is true.
All right. The plan would be for me to probably drive, unless specifically Quillz, you want to do it, just because they might remember.
I feel like you driving would be better, safer for the cart, but Quillz is going to be next to you.
Cool.
I will note that you did get the clear impression that like once the main alarms are dropped, that like they're less concerned about who's arriving this moment. It's not the same high alert thing. Whose face is driving the cart is probably of low consequence, but I will allow, if you guys want to in character maintain the presumption.
Yeah, we'll do the
Just be on the
front.
safe side. She's going to sit next to you while you're driving.
Bandage is going to be in the back, stirring the pot with the face.
Right.
Gnawing on the handle, hoping for splinters to imbibe.
Yeah.
Cool.
Alright.
Yeah.
So so Chanor, we're going to the main house.
Cool. Park out.
Which you will note that when she said main house, she pointed at the one off to the side of the road, not the actual big house. And if you spend more time there, you'll know that the main house versus the big house are different things.
So the main house, that's the way where they did all of the healing?
That is where you spent most of your time, like, running back and forth last time, yeah.
Okay, so that main house. No.
I'm getting so hard Macbeth vibes from this. Just from bubble, toilet trouble.
How is the main house, the manor? Is it still in one piece? Because it got fiery.
The big house is mostly in one piece. There's clearly one room that is like on the front top corner that is damaged more and has like some holes in the ceiling. You can see that they've made some efforts to like use mud and leaves to kind of create a like patchwork, but like the rest of the house, presuming we'll just say it's getting towards evening, you can see some lights on in a lot of rooms. That is the one room that there's no light on. Like clearly they're not using it actively at the moment. But you can presume it's probably still good for storage of some kind.
Fair enough. Oh, yeah, so, I mean, we arrived. Do you want to try putting elixir in the drinks again? I don't know if we found any actual specific benefits, but it obviously couldn't hurt.
She said they have some food stores, but I don't see the harm in, helping those who are more malnourished.
Should we ask before we do it, actually? Just because last time.
Yeah. Let me go talk to. I have never learned her name. Oh, I feel so terrible.
Actually, so you come up and she also does the same thing. She's like, I am so sorry. I didn't even ask. You helped last time and you're helping this time, and I did not even think to ask your name.
I did introduce myself when I did go up to her, but that's negligible.
Oh, yeah. She totally, like, you say your name, she's like, oh god, you did say that, and I heard pen in my head. I am so sorry.
It's okay. I do work at the library, so Quillz just kind of, it's fitting.
A bit fitting, yeah.
Yes, fitting.
So I'm Sheila. My name is Sheila.
Sheila? Hi, Sheila. I was just wanted to run this by you real quick. I can put some healing elixir into the stew, if y'all would like.
You
just
guys
to
have
help with
access
those
to
who are.
that type of stuff? Oh god, that would be amazing.
Well,
I'm sure
I
that
can.
can't hurt anything.
I mean, I can make it. So
It did in fact hurt one wizard and a bunch of spellcasters and a lot of civilians last time.
That's not what caused the problem. But I see your point.
shit stir.
I will forever. Griff did it for my
Okay.
campaigns. I'm gonna do it for his.
That
It's
is
fair.
true. I give Vinny a lot of shit for certain decisions made. I cannot argue when he does it to me. At least he's smiling when he does it. I've had a lot of people like not make it clear that they're being funny. To everyone but me.
Okay, so what's Sheila's response to the healing elixir and her being like, Quillz being like, well, I can make the healing elixir.
No, we used to have someone. We used to have someone who could do that, or something similar. If I remember correctly, like everyone who had some of the soup you were passing out last time, did you do it to them also? Because they that had a more positive effect than I think anyone could have guessed for adding it to a soup pot of the size I'm assuming you guys were using.
Yeah, I did it last time. I did shout it that I was putting healing elixir in, but I don't think anyone paid attention. I was trying to diffuse this attention at that time, and it didn't work.
I mean, a lot of us. So when strangers come to town, especially if any magic is sensed on them, or so my husband and a lot of the locals, they cut trees down. That was their job. So they were basically working in a lumber industry, which means they were often going into the woods, and those woods, there's a lot of animated plants or tarnished animals. Blight has had varying effects on different things, and so they're obviously constantly under attack. And every once in a while, something follows them home. So most of the problems have always been if we sense something coming unannounced with magic, everyone hides, and that means that they don't often hear anything or know anything unless that's so I don't know if you noticed I have, and she like points out the belt and she's like, these are all different sending stones that go to certain like hideout locations to make sure everyone can be informed, but unless we know something specific and think to communicate it, it's tricky. And I will say that my husband was more paranoid and not always the best at giving those bits of information during he liked to wait until the threat was gone completely or completely diffused, and then he would kind of report back that everyone could come out, but that it can get tricky.
It is a tricky situation, especially since y'all are so close to the woods. I will say that we've had some interesting issues with the blight at the lake. That's a story for
I've
another
heard
time.
some rumors, but we like we're also on the river, but we don't have a port here, so like sometimes we get fishers who come by and like sometimes they'll just see a town and stop, and then that's a whole other problem because we don't have the same protocol. So someone like docks on the riverbank and just comes out and starts talking to us. We've had some bad responses to that too.
I can imagine, but so I'm gonna go put the healing elixir into the stew.
Please, the people who are going to be served first definitely need it.
Get that
Quillz.
going.
Quillz.
I'm coming.
Ask
I'll
for
be
more
right back,
cups. We need more cups.
Oh,
Sheila, do you have extra utensils?
Yeah, she like reaches to the belt and like fumbles some stuff, and like people come out with like a few trays. One person comes out with a cart that has like stacks of like cups, bowls, any sort of like carrying.
This is a BYOC party. Bring your
We're
own
using
cup.
we're gonna use like one cup as the measure and just make sure everybody gets exactly a cup.
And she basically just like announces that she's like, just to be clear, like as people start to like line up in front of the common house versus the big house, and she's like, or the main house versus the big house, and she's like, just to be clear, if you get a bowl versus a cup, understand that it's gonna look like a different amount in different size containers. I don't want to hear any fighting. I may not come at you like Nicola would, but you know I won't tolerate it. And everyone's just like 4 or 5 people are like, okay, and everyone else is like, yeah, obviously.
Do we see any like Toby or Danny?
Actually, eventually it doesn't happen at first because Toby actually is around earlier, and you do see him like running around like, you know, trying to be helpful but not knowing how to be. Eventually the other two come out and be like, oh.
What's up, guys? So she's good.
We heard somebody was handing out food, and we were like, Obviously, we had some other things to take care of and like pass the word around and do the stuff, but like was not blatantly expecting to see you. But I do now owe him $3 gold. So there's that.
Yeah, well, y'all get
I
to the
told
bowl,
you.
get in line.
They betted for $150. Wow.
The exchange rate in Lorda is the inflation difference is very
Oh,
drastic.
okay,
This is
gotcha.
$1 in Panama versus $1 in New York. Like they don't buy the same thing.
It's fair.
Fair enough.
Quillz, can you take over for the cooking and the handing out? I want to,
Yeah.
if they're gonna let me, I'm gonna try to see if there's anyone in their infirmary that needs help, since I'll probably be more useful in there.
Yeah, Quillz is gonna.
Can you
healing
introduce me
over
to who you were talking to also, just so that way more people know me before?
Yeah. Hey, Sheila.
Yeah, we can hand wave it, but still, Chanor just has a lot of nervousness after.
Sheila,
last
this
time.
is my friend Chanor. He's he likes to heal things. So can you show him where the infirmary is?
Oh yeah. I vaguely recall seeing you walking around after all the chaos. No, that's fine. So yeah, not the big houses there. If you look to the left of that, there's the 2 houses that are kind of taken down, and then there's the one a little bit further over. Head over there, and that. No, I'm sorry, I'm remembering the map wrong. The house between the big house and the there's like a smaller little hut. You're right. But yeah, that's where most of the medical treatments are going to be coming from, or at least the supplies are held. And if people need active checkups, so obviously we have like micro stations, but that's different thing.
And Chanor, if you need backup supplies, just
Yeah.
send
Is there
a
anyone
messenger.
in serious need, or anyone who's something beyond just like normal injuries that I should?
They'll be in that house. Anyone else is just doing like they're at the other like hideouts, not hideouts, safe spots. I think is what we've been calling them.
Safe houses.
God. But anyone who's in active need of real treatment has been going there. It's on the first floor. The second floor is more like bunkhouse for people who have lost their other sleeping arrangements. But like the first floor is all just people who have wounds or have gotten malnourished to a point of a problem. But we're bringing some of the food over to them, so you don't have to worry about that part. But if you want to go take a look, that'd be great.
So at least as long as people are getting food and eating, Chanor is going to try to do what he can to help people with whatever expertise he can have. He's going to bring bandage with him to help him out, and leave gauze to, I don't know, help Quillz somehow.
I need you to describe to me a race, gender, age approximate.
Race, I'm going to go with, let's be fun. Do Genasi's exist in your world?
Yeah.
Okay. Gonna go with an Earth Genasi. You said race, age, and
gender.
We'll say female. Why not? And age, we will say like not elderly, but get into the Silver Fox area timeline.
50s.
Late adult.
Sure.
Cool. So you meet Raimi, and Raimi is like basically the person who's in charge of all the medical stuff there, and there's like, oh, are you part of the program too, or are you just like a random helpful person?
I'm from. I don't know what the program is, but I'm curious about that. But I'm actually from Opehc. We brought food outside. We have food coming in. I'm actually one of the. I work at the clinic there, so I wanted to double check on people before I headed home.
No, that's some of us from further north on the river, we had heard about some people who were in need all along the way. So the program that I'm part of, we have people who practice medicine, some of it magical, some of it pedestrian. But we sort of offer our services to people who may be suffering from maladies or plague or war or famine. We call ourselves healers without barricades, and
Of course you do.
We just had to be where people need us the most.
That is amazing. Have you seen anything? Not to get off topic, I'm here to help and do whatever you need. You're in charge of me as far as I'm concerned right now. But
I appreciate that. but you know the area better, so we may need to talk after. But please, what were you going to ask?
I was going to ask if you've been. Where did you come from here? North, south, east, west? From
north, from upriver, way upriver, like maybe 2 days travel.
We should talk quite a bit afterwards, actually. Then, but I'm just curious, straight up, if you've heard anything about the blight, or have seen any folk that have been like really hampered by debilitating, and I'll hand wave say I explained some of the things, the issues. I like your stirring.
And she definitely is just sort of like, I've heard a lot of like anecdotal commentary about it, and I've done some I've collected soil samples. It's not my specialty. I can see that there's some kind of different residues and or compounds that are like mixed into the soil here that seem to be causing some kind of problem. But it's outside of my specific purview. I have collected them and was hoping to eventually bring them back to our core operating research buildings, but
how far out are you guys?
Idea. I mean, we have a central. It's kind of like we have a central hub that our doctors try to check back in with no matter where we go to make sure that we can update records and kind of like anything new that we learn, we can compare it to existing research and kind of like see how it relates. Every place has its own specific likelihood of being exposed to one illness versus another, or natural occurring issues, or like toxicity based on pollution. Like, we try to keep track of all the different things and what regions, what signs, what side effects, especially with all the different types of humanoids there are. Like, some respond differently than others. So, the goal is always to help first, and then after to bring back any new information to home base and see if that can benefit the deep researchers there.
Would I be able to get an address to maybe do like a pen pal exchange for information?
Oh yeah,
that'd be wonderful.
Like, takes out a parchment and then a small booklet and then a second blank booklet, and she's like, "Give me 2 minutes." And sits there and like very carefully compares from one piece to the parchment to another book, and just sort of like is trying to forge essentially a scripted combination of like written languages and archaic runes, and then at the end hands you a small notebook. Okay, so the way this works, you'll see in mine that if you write on the left page, the right page is essentially where the home base will respond. So they have a book back there correlated to each of these books, and once you like put this transcription on it, it sort of does the thing. I'm not going to leave you the parchment that shows you how to do the transcription, but you'll be able to communicate with a like resource there who can like supplement research, or you can ask them direct questions, or like provide them information that might supply shared knowledge for the source. But that's the way we can kind of communicate over a distance. It's kind of like a sending stone, but in like recorded form, if that makes sense.
No, I like this a lot better, honestly. And honestly, this would be great because if there is a chance, we have a few alchemists who are working on potentially a solution. I'll leave it vague for some of these problems, and if it happens, I'd like to make sure we can spread that solution as far as possible, so fewest people can be harmed by this blight.
That's fantastic. Yeah, no, if you guys are dealing with something fairly unique, like from what I've heard about the blight, honestly, a lot of it sounds like weird normal occurrences that have been inflated by folklore, but the fact that you're coming here with concern about it makes me think that there's something more to this, and if that's the case, we should probably have more data.
It's magic nullifying rabies?
There's a few seconds of like blinking and the eyes darting around in a quick like processing how that could be interpreted, what that could apply to, and like what that means for other pieces of information. They're just sort of like,
that's the best I've come up with.
Shorthand,
I don't know if that's a correct answer.
As a shorthand, I understand. I hopefully understand what you mean. Presuming you know how rabies works, and I presume I can translate that as a one-to-one in a few ways. I might be exaggerating certain aspects in my head, but I am very much looking forward to hearing more about this. This is fascinating and concerning.
Yep, both of those exactly. Anyways,
yeah,
I'll spend the rest of the time helping people not hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a lot of like, hey, patch that up. Can you change that bandage? Can you like check this person's blood? Can you like?
What am I having bandage change?
Oh.
I want you to change your goat into a cat. Change that bandage.
Or just change its mask because it has been on there for a week.
Oh, you're right. It does need to change its
feed it
mask.
sometime.
That's fair. My goat's just so good at public safety. It's just
you gotta get your goat.
The one thing I will say, by the end of it, if we could talk with Sheila again, there can be other stuff in between if we have it. I want to ask Sheila about if you think there are any people who are injured to the point that they could use a building with more medical equipment. I'm assuming the clinic in Opehc is like better than what I've seen here. I don't know if that's too much. Okay. And be like, they can ride in the wagon back, and if they are people who can be fully mobile by the time we're done with them, they could walk back, or if we come back with food again, we can bring them back. I understand that's a big ask and you don't have to let anybody come, but I wanted to offer it for those who might need some more severe help.
Oh, obviously the offer is very appreciated. And I'm sure that some people will take you up on this. I will spread the word. There are a few people who, when everything started to go bad, a lot of people looked to Opehc for help after our leadership kind of stole our resources and money and made a run for it. Opehc helped in some ways. The government system, obviously not the individuals. That's a different conversation. But like the support we got was, it could have been a little bit even more performatively better at the time. So there are some people holding a grudge, but I know there's a lot of people who will be happy to take any help, and even if it's viewed as a late response, they will not be sad about a response. Especially since some of these people have family who relocated to Opehc. These people had family who relocated to Opehc and left them behind because like a sibling had a house in Opehc, so they knew they could get away, but they didn't take their cousin or their other sibling who was like a half sibling on the other side who wasn't directly like all that type of muddled. Like there's
family drama.
Humanoids are humanoids, and there's always such weird levels of chaos. So I'm sure I can spread the word. There's a chance that some people might just give you hassle if they find out you're from Opehc, so I will make sure to account for that and be ready to control it. And she like wanders off, not too far. You see her like go collect the cloak and the axe, and she comes back over. She's like, okay, and like does the sending stone thing, and like within a few minutes, like maybe a dozen or so people come up and start talking to a couple of the more medically trained people who you've been interacting with over the past hour or two, and they're like, yeah, you should probably go. You're technically fine. Let's give them priority, like separating out like who needs the help more. And then there are like 4 or 5 people who come up and they're just like, fucking, do we need help from people from Opehc? And they're just like, hey, and Sheila just like drops the axe down. She's like, we're not doing this. If you're not here to make a decision or help, go fucking back to your room.
Mama Sheila got
yeah, so there's a little bit of discord that starts to stir up, but she isn't having it. And the people who need help kind of like get brought over to you guys, and some of them are like, hey, I don't know how many you can take in the cart for writing purposes, but like these 6 to 12 should have priority of like getting a ride. The rest of us could probably walk along, but we would like to accompany because a lot of us have other issues that could use some more help than is available here easily. Yeah.
Quillz will give up her seat in the cart to walk with the people.
You could probably write bandage.
I could
Actually,
ride bandage.
You have your own steed.
I do. I also do. I actually do have my own steed. If if the cart can't hold everybody, I think she'll use her steed to like carry some people who like can sit themselves upright, but like don't have the stamina to walk.
We know the cart can hold at least 8, if not more.
Yeah, I'm trying to find
2 of you, 2 dogs, and 4 people, and a kid. So one of you could have been on the front. So the 2 driver seats, at least 4 on each side on the back. So like out of the 12 people, maybe 2 are walking. If you 2 are both like not sitting inside the cart.
Yeah.
So Quillz will walk, or she'll be not in the cart.
Yeah, like one of you can ride bandage, the other one can ride deer steed, and like maybe take a kid on the steed with, and then like
Yeah, I can also probably
everyone else is in.
ride on gauze to give direction, and someone can just sit in the
That's what I mean.
So-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should since we're carrying so many people, should my steed be helping Gauze drag the cart?
I don't think we'd fit
No
more
reason
people.
not to. It'll make it faster.
Yeah, it would just go
Make it-
faster. We wouldn't be able to fit more people, but faster's still good.
Well, faster. Well, instead of being out here at like
Yeah.
middle of the night.
Yeah. The Griff wouldn't throw a random encounter on us.
I thankfully don't have that in me. If there is a random encounter, it's definitely something that I gave you foreshadowing of earlier.
Yeah. I think I'll do that just so like I don't know. For speed, maybe even security. That way they're not like there's just one goat dragging us and there's another goat on the ground.
Yeah. 100%.
They'll just be like, there's a weird ghost looking horse.
Yeah. Whoever's riding bandages in front because he has this little glow to him, so he's leading the way. Still. For little Rudolph.
Oh, bandage, the glow fur.
With the
Again, if we got Eugene super huge again, we could just transport all of Florida. Just
we could if we had Snipps
Drag
with
the
us.
tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also the trail from Lauder to Opehc would be wrecked because when Eugene gets super huge, he also gets super excited, so it would just be crap raving the entire time.
Can you imagine though, just like clipping all the trees the entire way?
The array would be like a.
Oh my God.
So if we're 12 of us going, 4 on each side of the cart, so that's 8. 2 people in the driver's seat, 2 people. Or
Yeah, we're fine. We don't need
So
to.
I'll
that
say
piece.
Quillz is on bandage leading the way.
Cool.
Just because.
Quillz, do you have pierced ears?
No.
Cool. So as you guys are getting ready to go and you've like sorted all this out, Sheila's just like, I really like appreciate the help. Things have been weird here lately, and these people aren't great at accepting help or asking for it. So it's the fact that you guys came not only to return this, but also stick around and help again. But I want you to take this, and she like pulls an earring out and like looks at your ears and goes, oh, and then like fishes through and finds a little cord and like makes a little thing out of it. It's like, wear this. You see a little like leaf charm. Which is, if anything ever is going really, really wrong, you can kind of like snap this in half, and it should give you a chance. It's something that I had saved for basically what happened last time when I met you, but I wasn't around and or aware enough of what was happening to use it. But it might serve you better than did me at the moment.
I certainly appreciate this.
The fact that you gave me these seeds back is huge. Someday, once we get our feet back under us, these, and she like takes out her paw and she's like, these are gonna make or break, or are these gonna be the difference of whether or not we can
survive,
make this place work again. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. And we'll try to come back again. Of course, you know, we still have Blight stuff going on in Opehc as well, so we're dealing with that too.
I didn't want to put it on you, but when everyone gets the medical treatment that you're bringing them in for, if anyone is coming back, and if you could bring them
We'll
back,
do our best.
we would definitely. It would help to have another food delivery at that point with the.
Well, we could
Yes,
we could stay the night and then bring them back tomorrow, and then bring everyone to OPEC tomorrow. So we could stay the night, give everyone one more meal, and then go. Because that's just
that
us,
would feed the second half of town.
Because that's just giving us a long rest, basically.
Yeah. You like she is now like she's not openly sobbing, but there are tears and like she's trying to fight back the sniffles, and she's just like, I wish Nicola was still here to see this. This is good. You guys are good.
You are religious, and if he was religious, I'm sure wherever he is, he's looking down.
He was. I never quite agreed with his insights of what happens next, but I can hope he was right in the moment.
And that's all we can do until we get there to that point, which hopefully won't be soon for any of us.
But yeah, you guys get you stay the night long enough to like start the brewing process. You basically like you don't need to watch it. It's a magic call, and you guys go to sleep, and then in the morning there's like a new batch. Another distribution happens for the people who didn't get fed yesterday, and like the rest of town gets taken care of. Then you get everyone back to Opehc, where you can get them dropped off at the clinic and give them proper checkovers. I'm guessing at that point that Chanor probably like gives some loose advice and then crashes and like or gets away, just be like, I just need some alone time now, while the other people who work at the clinic actually like do the heavy lifting on that pass. But comes back, checks in, makes sure everyone's cool, and has sorted it all out.
Yeah, on the way back, I do want to, if there's like a tree or a stump or something, like a small piece of bark along the way, I'm just gonna put it into the vehicle to maybe add to the vehicle later as like a part of lore to bring with us. But when we get back, I'm gonna, go into the bed and just like, we did it, Ave.
Closes. Oh, that's so sad.
Alright, we got 3 minutes left on the clock. I need 60 seconds each. Quillz, any last details you need to lock in?
While she's at the clinic helping drop people off, she's just gonna like pop her head into the like almost not fishy dude. Just be like, is he still out? Is he still cooperating? How's his
They've been instructed, as far as I'm concerned, to like keep him sedated as heavily as possible, but he does look a lot like. But the difference is, like, he looks more like his actual like elven goblin combo, but it is subtler of a change. Like, you've been gone for over 24 hours, and you're like, that seems like the appropriate rate of decay. Whereas, like the guild vanishing was abrupt comparatively. Yeah, otherwise still seems to be breathing normally. Everyone's like, oh yeah, no, we've been checking in, like nothing drastic. We've only had to dose him as an emergency once when he seemed to be coming out of it, but we adjusted and kind of like upped it by about this much of the liquid. Like, they don't know milligrams, but
yeah. Alright, with that information,
quarter thimble additional.
Alright, with that information, she's gonna trot on home and go to bed.
Cool. Snipps, last minute. What do you got? Any new thoughts?
Snipps has spent the day the other two were out of town at the library and has just been reading up on some stuff that was vaguely related to some of the things we have been encountered. But I'm not going to spoil that, especially not in 60 seconds. And
technically, because it was the third slot, this should be you studying your feet, but I'll allow for a little bit of side research just to like flavor it if you want.
No, this is my third slot. This is how I'm flavoring it.
I see. Okay, got it.
Yeah. While the other two were doing their third slot thing, Snipps was at the library studying, basically.
Cool.
And is currently just trying to keep the marigold running and is also trying to maybe set some new things up, because it has been a while since there has been new things on the meal board and just on the card. So
yeah,
basically that.
Cool. And for Chanor, last minute.
Chanor has some new goals set up now that he has people here. When he brings them back, he asks them about, because we got a little story about some family members that might have left him there. So Chanor kind of just like packs in the back of the mind who some of those family members might be and who they might need to talk to, and then also thinking higher up of, we can keep doing these trips and we can keep bringing here and keep taking care of people, but we need more funding. Who do we talk to about funding? And now he's just trying to think of who is the higher ups in the city or in the town to talk to try to get the clinic on a better track, to get people on a better track.
You do quickly connect that the person who you first met when you came to town, who the hotel owner, is likely one of the more influential people in town who knows everyone who needs to be known. So we will have that be a point of contact for you early next session. But otherwise, sounds like some really good time today. And we've also ended on a nice long rest moment. You have all gone up to level 8, and you are moving up one level of unrestricted restriction release on your spell casting. So there is a chart that we can talk about after. I know we referenced it in person sometimes, but you'll have a certain addition of more mana points, more spells that you can maintain. It's on that little chart. You're on the next level now.
Also, level 8, we get our ASIs /
Yes,
feats.
so that is what you're accessing today. You're going from 7 to 8, and you get more of that opening up. You still have one level of opening up for the mana and magic restriction stuff that I have on you, but yeah, in general, you're almost at maximum. And we're only 2 minutes over, which is well within my respectable alignment, and we're doing it at a long rest, which I'm so happy with. Anyway, viewers. Yeah, this is great for me. I feel so much more like this is going the way I want. For the viewers out there, thank you for sticking with us, and hopefully you're enjoying the chaos and or exploration of this world. Anyone have any goodbyes that they want to offer? Aside, we'll do Vinny last, obviously, to plug the book one more time, but Artemis?
No? Go get the book. It's awesome.
The book is cool.
Thanks,
Do the
guys.
book. Stay in school. Don't do drugs.
All right, and I am Griffin_ESS on Instagram. I have commissions open right now. Go check out my artwork because I need the work right now. Vinny, take us out.
Hey guys, it's me. I'm taking us out as I normally do. First, again, thank you, Griff. Always lovely having you in charge. This was a great session. You can check out all of our links for all of our stuffs. I think specifically Griff does art, I do photography. These two I think are just really cool people. I don't know that they're doing anything specific, but hey, if you want to check out the Vault of the Ivory Queen, the link is in the comments. We much appreciate it. Again, fully funded already. Like to keep smashing some goals. Either way, we will see you on Sunday, or we'll see you tomorrow for Earth. See you Sunday for Light, and back here for Blight of Opehc next Wednesday. See you then. Stay safe, stay respectful, and I have to sneeze. Goodbye.